Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Wabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Uncle school, you say?
Uncle school.
Until we wait much road.
Where the kakra? Say, baby, I'm away there. I won't check a call on. So, Bana over family Fukuru, I'm one. I'm to manage my me and I'm so command.
Your papa be your friend Ali Ibrahim. And you find a court editor, so I went to Montreal. But the Sika brain say you could.
That was it. My name Dana, what about your mamma? Yaman count more when you man coso. Until some.
Sir, when it G, you do me, Nasa Unyanka, crime check a bushakon one. The rest of says,
over subscribe. Nasa will subscribe. We are
Adoma be one chain.
Me and so.
Send a bear.
Jumeti Biara, a debate one
on Sabeka.
Now, so with me, I should be.
It's our passion. We that with the help with the change them.
21st clinic say eba sciatica no every usisi mu konoa wo to ase ho no ntina fa usrem ekosi wo na ase ho no ebo betimi atutu ama wo ankasa wo hu ba bi enye enti 21st clinic wo mu na ye sciatica expert e wo Ghana ha wo mu de bibiduro so ho bibiduro ankasa ene besa o yade no masa de machine aka ho yade bibiduro ka ho ne asa de wato machine so ya san ya o massage bi ye wi a herbal treatment yade awo no ama ho eye sciatica 21st clinic na ye expert a wo tu ase Ghana ha ba bia wo mo ho enkran domi market wo ho heavy do dan ni mo ho ena kuma senso ahia uduru session so wo mo na nie dwabo so wo mo ho sunyane ni wenchi ni ba bia nkranza 0540 311 311 0540-311-311. There's a 21st clinic. Woman is sciatica expert.
Minuanom, Matiasem Day, and net se ope asase ana edan ato a mansun biara enihua, and one ejare real estate. Na sa ejare real estate, one wa kaswa ofanko, baby a aban akosi senior high school ni high court fefe no. Ufri ho pe na ura ejare real estate. Asai ti ani jesemiye. Anwia ene ebo a wode besi dan no ebi wo ejare real estate fo na de san ma eye ahomeka ene se wo to asase na ejare real estate wo betwa so fe edi amaw edi odin aye pillars edi ese ho land guard asemo de eno de emamu kura na san tie ani je sema san wo ho bi me ensu a wode besi wo dan no eye free na document asemo de eye tatahwe woto wasase anase wo dan a na yede ahye wonsa eti kan ho na frɛ ejare real estate na ansa anyawo yo ati fe mamu nyina akwa baba secondary central prison na ene ya basa yemi an mo efiase ye no mo ebetwetwe enkomo kakra yina yinim se mprepie no eni po efiase a esan say wa adwen before mo say won ya adeboneyefo nti ye ntwa ye ne mpo nhwe wo mo e ade ya ahomete na se de bia meka no enye saa na twere kronkron no ekere ade nti na yetu ye ho asiwo crime check foundation say ye beko efiase eye Ghana 44 prisons e beko akosra enipa wo na yeti on ha na se mo bi wo ha ye ne ya dofo ye betime de abo ma ye de abo ma na se bibi wo ha sese ye de tudwa na yesua free mu afa biem ebi ana wo a wo hwe na eja wate bibi a ubetimi asakre free mu ye nua bi akwakoye de na ba fia so bi okra na ofo se o ade a me ye de me yafa me ho adi we kra de enye boni biara wo hwe me a tie bia ubesua bibi free mu na before say ye be sha ase no ene Black Lens Ventures aka won obiem say ope camera handling hunim de ope say usua editing Black Lens Ventures say owo homa eye fofofofofo kra ene wo mon kasa na benya nimde a wonya wie nso a won tibi kra san boa wo e ma wo enya bibi e de sa nimde no eye na ene yenua ya be pie ne so e wo secondary central prison no your friend Frank aka wanya emfie aduelo 20 years a ofri baby a your friend say ezin lebo na Frank ekowia emo ama court at the fine 1,200 Ghana cedis eto no so when timi entria into court ese o make them afi na onye adwumaden enka ho ye be kono ho na ye no atwetwe enkomo kakra Frank sir abrantie fefefe e ba ne se na okowia emo emo a okoton ana okodi emo no mokoton of our bags no say small one and some small one one bag of our bag can creature one for more than one me fry bag sack kesino no more ahihye wo wa of our bag na o de ko e okoton mkoton na me di menu abi edi onu abi di na oton bi na afi na okoton no utomi unya ase utomi ensa na menua mienu no miensa no nya ska se nyeska sister Ghana cities no ho ba be pi esi be twa afi be da prison secondary central prison nya ba be e ho dwokra Na edin na ko wiya.
Mo na wonchira wonti na ma me kofa sa mo nti na me to. On minya adwuma bia o.
Ehifa na wo adwuma ni.
Ezinbo.
Na adwuma ben na nipa ataye se bia o mo ye akuafo anase mo ye mining anase o mo ye den.
Ono okontwi.
Eden na fe twi.
Okopodo ochinam.
Na wontimi nkwa poso nkwa chenam.
Nko bida. Na uko school do say. Anko school.
Wanko school. Kra. Ade. Abrantie fefe. Ade ntina wanko school. Francis, ade no wanko school.
Me o.
Catch him hwemani unu ya be ma ne. Na ka bibia a chem. Ade ntina wanko school.
Din okromo ntina ma ntuma wanko school.
Na uweja. Opa chese o ma me no papa mfa wanko school. Anase yedura class. Yedura ha no adwane, yedura ha nkwala biti sa. Kan okrechem. Yedo koye no wanko.
No true.
Ade ntina wanko.
Say I want some no cry.
What say?
This is said I want some no some go school no.
After when you also want to school. To when see classroom crowd and I you don't call for no na udwane na no a.
Ko we say mo class 3 bi na mi jai.
Nti wo beti match road din.
Edi. Be den kakra.
E be den so beti road din. This is Francis what do you hwehwa mo? O ma me no papa we.
Omo French.
Omo tiase.
Nti
hwa na neneti.
Me na my sister. Obusun fi o hona mo.
Before say obeba prison, e dey adwuma na we.
Na me twi moto. Moto no wa wo there. Moto no bi no toy na wona sim fa ye okada. Ana.
Na ne say wo adwuma yi.
No, moto na mo je.
Hwa na je.
Me mo me boy be ko wo hwe na moto na ode ba na onya accident. Ti accident ni mo na masa ka kira me say me di moto no man me baba na mani ana. Ti na so ma moto na accident na e ba no nipa no ne nan e ko ya a tutu a kitikiti bi. Ti on fa so ji moto no ifu se. Ti awana business so say ma so mutumi nya moto ifu go enka.
Eni se ma ko wi mo.
Asa.
Na emo no dodo senso na wono ai. Also ton dodo senso na wono ai.
Two bag na kan ka half or eno anu no.
De bia anu anu. Akofa mo no ba afie no. Ye o sister no nana. O ma hu se wa ko wia anano mu se wa koto.
Baby ameda no eye edan no chemchem nti. Omuno mi se me de ade wo ya ba hye dem o.
Nti no nkwa wono anu wadi. Na ya anwa mo ana so de stew go so.
Ya na mton kwan na mdugu so. Menye wa.
Okoton kwan. Na wa bidi. Ati for semne bu ha na eye ahomete special ohwe mabunu no mani bi wa ha. Abranti a sisi wo chese wo ahoden sese wo de eye adwuma. Bi bisa emprepi no na eye awofo anase namfosem enti no mabraba ye basa na o ma me no papa wo French o to mo nka wo French
no from da no me ni o mo number
o from da o free Ghana ha call French na wo mfiese
na mo na mo de me buy ti me buy na me go school ha na me na no mo am ti o mo se o mo nsende o mo man fi o nti ya na o mo so se na o mo kasa nti na wa na so ono so aka baby
na so aka baby ka baby di besen
ko be se 72
na me bisa se time a o ma me no papa do free French by no fi se
I wonder I can't into me kan na me so ona yan me ba okru mu yan me ba on de ona na quota kwampo bi no ho
nchasa
ache na gata no mukra no munya okru mu ho na lati kwampo no
how say wonte o ma me nka o papa nka o do free French aba na wonte o mo nka bi
me ko na me ka kire me sister no so mo frɛ na o mo say on Omofra, send a Omote credit and Tiomoso. Some young between scan, I'm the talk credit at Brown was and Fra and Omot me a mamma.
Now, into all my men of papa number.
Yeah, the minute.
So sisters, because also sisters say, oh, Fra credit in the code. Which says almost woman number.
Now, moving on woman number, because as I say, I'm for a catcher on the same.
How say, it's a cabal on some anchor, so over from my no papa. How? How? Oh, my own from and Titil will none know it.
Titim Kaka, because I'm come person of Franam and Nicasa. I'm assuming you know. My medicine. A friend, Aya. A friend said, Aya, and a papa. Ebi. What's a French? What's a French? So I'm tree. Tree. Yo. Almost shows is here. Oh, my no papa. Ye mawa kasa achero me bia na obi ate na wabo amane ana se won kasa ehu. De wo wakoma ma pese ka kyerɛ omo hwɛ. Alamaya. Me aka na me kasa no. Se bebi am we de awon cheka ka ho nti mu woni ma che. Pese ubana obefa me fikuru mu a mo wo no. Na wo de nkotra wo nche na me so me nya adwuma me ye na me sa koma no. Na me so me nya bi na me de ma. I say it me the aya there. Uncle B. Aka baby am wonu mu ache. Nso mu number me de be from. They say me so mu do, pese oba na oba fam fikuru na mo wo so na wo de me ko baby a metumi anya hoto ho metumi aya adwuma. Nso me ba fi a won se me abante ni.
You are safe for say we dey na ya tibi ye emprepi no hwe abrante a friend of Francis Aka. We abraba obo ewo sa kuri ezin lebo iso a na obro ne beka say parental neglect ono mu ne papa kra woni ne papa number ene wa frɛ no o me ate ase say ye de no eba kuri mu ha no na oya kwada ketewa o se ono adin kra wontimi ntu esi school wanko ena wen ehwɛ na yi eja wen ehwɛ na yi emprepi no se koba ne seya na enkwala ye do ma ba wiase na sabi am from ma wiase kra nkeye so de akwada be wiase na se wunti be hwe no na wo eja anase ena wo homfa so enne sen ya dia eye ahometi ye ba ye be sre ena ene eja se ba bia mo bia no mo ba no wakasa efiase ne aba beto edin na mo ye na mo bai won san ma efiase biem ye beto Ghana fo nyina ni especially ena ne eja mama ni enko no enani bi wo ho a kyese won ni abadaye ene eja ne bi wo won ni abadaye bako nanso me gide say awo say wo hwese de awo eya wo de akoda ba wiase na akoda no onye te se den kura na de wo ba ye as enna anase eja a akoda no benya adwen sakra eye ewasude se emabu na egu prison eya abeko won doso yie ema obisa ho se na eba ne sen ena emabuna won beku kwa be akrachefo na daache won abe bibi amagana man won nyina koka efiase eya dia eye ahomete na eye Francis ene ye papa bi a ye friend Ali Ibrahim eye fine court editor so a wentimentria o de sika brand say yonkotria ntia no ka say wepe ukofie ade asem na sa papa yi o ka kire
ya papa Ali Ibrahim dawase amaninda fan ya da mama court amantumi anya sika ntua na ade ma ba fiase a maninda na wabetua mamede nyame nka ho mo wanjuma nkoso onto usem ya obeye bia no ofane santo so amishira
you are here for hana yede yedumadi no ABC free secondary central prison na yede enna se kase biem na ema ye papa ye nua Ali Ibrahim se eye tima a wanya a ye nua no mo fiase wode hwe won no won koso sa esre nyankopon so obeto ne nkom na ba bia onya sika no free bia esre nyankopon onye no mo ema esa sre nyame biem se ye papa Ali Ibrahim adwuma a ɔyɛ ɔno anto inhyira nsuo ɛmfa mu nso ɛma yɛda mu nyinaa sɛ dasɛ ne sɛ Nyankopɔn ɛma ho kwan a yɛbɛsan aba mo nkyɛn
Yewosika yemfa mwati asifo Aobiani mwewe ya wati Saya wadaja yenyamati asifo Aobiani mdachi ase Unipewa watine chiasem Diaka yonini nyaminte mwasem Itisa uwo mwebi abwamine Wami wamra miti asi Yewosika yemfa mwati asifo Nesa bodi antuminyani ya ufo Yawadaja yenyamati asifo
First of all, I would like to thank my former boss in the name of Kwesi Appiah, who started all this, and I continue, and finally we've qualified the team to the Nation Cup. I'm glad that we've been able to do that, and so the credit also goes to him because he started all this. Yes, we came into this game knowing that we sort of qualified already. We were not tensed. We wanted to be relaxed in the way we approached this game. There was also a possibility for us to see some other players, which we did today, which has given me a fair idea going forward in the coming qualifier in the World Cup. And so we didn't want to stress too much of tactics. We wanted to enjoy the game, we wanted to go in and of course relax and do well to win, to complete what we started, and I think we managed to do that perfectly. After I got a job, I've had chances of trying a lot of players, and today was probably exceptional. We've had a chance of also giving the locals a chance to prove themselves, and I think, in all fairness, they've done well. From now onwards, it's not about try again. We're not going to be picking players from somewhere, and unless there's something dramatic that we need to do that. The chunk of players that we have, I think it's fair to say that we can work hard with them and try and change the attitude of the team, have a better philosophy, and move forward. Well, I think they all did well, but we realized that after we did all that up, the style of play or the whatever that we were doing changed, and it's giving me, as a coach, a fair idea of what to do in the coming days, coming months, before our next match. And so I think they all did well in what we asked them to do. Yeah. We were in the position of already qualifying, and so we had a chance to try some of the guys, new guys. And of course, don't forget, before the AFCON, there's a qualifier, World Cup qualifier, and so the preparation starts from today. And we'll keep working and believe in the things we do, believe in the players we have, the qualities and everything. And by the end of the day, we'll all be happy. Yeah.
First of all, I want to congratulate the whole squad for qualifying. You know, honestly, used to qualify, we see it as a formality. When we look at the other teams, when they qualify, the way they jubilate, the way they jump everywhere. So we have to be very proud and happy of what we have done and what the staff, coaching staff have done. South Africa was a tough game. Locals started, played really well, gave us the point, who put us one feet in Cameroon. So I want to congratulate the whole squad, and as for today, I'm just proud of them. All of them is their dream to play for the Black Stars. As is always my dream, when I wear this jersey, I'm more than happy as soon as I get a call up. So I'm very proud of them. I'm sure that they are proud of themselves, their family are proud of them, and they have to keep working. As long as they keep working, we don't know how, but chances will come for you. But if you put your head down and you don't fight and you don't do everything that you can, that when even there's opportunity, your chance will not be there. So I congratulate them. They have done really well, and they need to keep working hard.
For me, Ghana is the best African team of the moment. Have very good players. the national team play very well, and on this group, on this C group, very strong. We did in the first half 2 individual mistakes, so Ghana score, okay, on the corner and on penalty. We improve on the half time, and we did the best second half. On the end of the game, we can score. It was important for us. We are a little country, then want to grow up our football. So we start this work now during this qualification. Was the first experience. Then a little country can won the pre-qualifications and go inside a group. This group very strong. Ghana, South Africa, Sudan have a very good collective team as well. But for me, Ghana was the shark of the group. Very strong. Your name is Black Stars, and it's true. You have an amazing team.
Traffic lights are there to guide drivers to stop when the lights are red, so that pedestrians can easily cross. But if the situation, the traffic lights are not working, the cars will not obey to the instructions. They will cross without watching because the lights are not working. And definitely, you know, people are always in a hurry to get to work and blah blah. So they cross without watching and can knock people here and there. The traffic light helps us a lot. When cars are passing and even the light is green, someone is crossing. If the light is there, it will shine, the light will throw on the person for you to know that someone is coming. But if there are no traffic lights, especially when the person is wearing black or red at night, you'll not be able to see someone passing. And definitely the car will by all means hit the person if the driver is not careful. The traffic light that leads to New Town, Odorais area. If the lights are not, the street lights are not working. So the other day I was going home when I saw an incident there. A car knocked someone there. An old woman claiming she's from Malata, going home, was crossing to the other side to go to the Carnation station to board the vehicle. So in a situation where the light is not working, by all means, mistakenly one day or the other, a car will hit someone. And my concern is much on the motorbike. They don't care whether the light is red or not, and how much more if the lights are not working. So it's very dangerous. Something must be done to it so that you will abide by the rules and regulations. If the lights are working and a car crosses, the police can arrest them for disobeying the rules. But if the light is not there, how can you arrest someone?
Say crossing no a walk circle ha enyina traffic light no ebia anya dwuma ba kokoro anya dwuma eti eno so no udu ho no a when slow down kakra a manipa no a o nipa no de ono mo pese o car no o wosoma no but eno no yem driver no mom na steady na hwe bet o driver no wa anya steady na wo hwe na obi di speed etwa no in fact what the baba no eti eno nyina ha dwen but brake there Tembia, yabo ebiso. Break dear. Any new true na what was so because it's a traffic light in Yajuman. Ain't you know, oh, bar, ye more the dear, ye steady pa, oh, bar, and so or turbo pa. So one turbo now we are dead, Diana Bubu, in a bubble break, said the mecan. Me, dear me, pese on your own check traffic light in Ebony say, or me head traffic light now, I walk. Overhead circle new interchange no on me hwel traffic light ni nyina na anya dwuma na driver nso duru ho a when we say red aso a wagina amobi atwam na de o twam no nso asedi ahu so green no aso menko no wagina anya saa de dia da bia no all the problems ema drivers no.
So what you see here is a river that connects the people of Odotom, a village of about approximately 100 people, some few kilometers from the Boti Falls in the eastern region, to Agogo, another main town also in the eastern region here. This river is called Mojari, and it's the only source of drinking water for the people here in Odotom. But as you can see, this is really, I don't know how to describe this, but this is all they have. And from what residents tell us, they drink from this, they bathe from this, they cook from this, and it's all they have. They've appealed to authorities, they've appealed to their MPs, but nothing seems to be done for them. They're appealing that if they could get a borehole at least, so that they can get some good drinking water to drink, they'll be excited.
This is the river that we all use in our daily activities, washing, bathing, and then other things. We also drink from this, and sometimes challenges that we face, it brings sickness to us, yes, because there are some of us who don't usually stay here, but when we come here, there's no other source of water than to go by this, and that causes some kind of sickness on us. And then yes, so we've tried our best to send a report to the authorities, the MPs, and then those stakeholders, but I think it's been so long now, we've not heard anything from them, and so we are happy that you are here with us, and then we hope that this will go very far so that we get at least a borehole which will help us in our daily activities, so that we can avoid this, because when we get the borehole, we know we are going to get a clean water, and so we are pleading that better chances will come ahead from this that we are doing.
As for the water problem, in this village we have water problem, especially during Harmattan season. You see, the stream that we have dry up, so we have to move on it. At times we dig some pits inside the water before we get the water to drink, to cook, and to do all the domestic work. There are some insects that at times we don't filtrate it very well, and you bath or you drink, we have some rashes on our body. So as we have come here, we are pleading to you to channel our problem to appropriate quarters so that they come and help us.
Insuo na wa no yese eno na insuo amwo a insuo no muni insuo bia wa biom
bacha ye ni insuo bia we nkwa na eya ye no eno so na ye disi ye nema
eno so na mudi dware
bacha ade bia ye ya fans o ndie bacha ye we ya.
How do you feel about that? Na muni insuo an hamo
say hi ye nso a ye so fra ban no so ye nte hwenka aban so ye nte neka ye mpin so ye nte neka. Nti eno ane se ya nso ye ne ndida so nti eje se Nyankopon de ama ye de ye be yisu ne sa.
Muno misio ne mamo nyare
haye ma yare pa ye yam timi hwie.
Ma muni bi isio baby anti de wa ani. Nti den na munya ya nka ye be ya mamo.
Oh, se on se de wiase mo se nsu ya se de se moto pipe be ma ya. Ano kama fremu na ye no ma eno so betimi aboaye.
Isuo no de enye anka enye isuo eto ma ye no anu de. Ye fra bibi alom enu na se yekosa na edigum. Udigum so ebo kitikiti wom. Enti gisa usane so asana o de be aduane. ebi won so edu ewiase na wokwa na bibi green no na wonene nti wontimi fa nya hwi na so so wochia enu a na ode be aduane enu a na yenum nti ya ha de ye won so problem pa ye won so problem na kebe ye ya na government no omwa ye won so
yensu no nyewo se drip epebre mu a ye bre pa nti ye nya komu omu bre pipe anke ye pepa nti ye pesa ban ni mwae mo ma ye pipe yes ana se drip epebre ye djuma ye bre pa nso no so eto de bia na sem nti yes ana ye ho kire ye pa yes nkola na wo ko school no ya wo mo kire wo pa nti no nso de hie bi pa.
And so we're also hoping that this report would get to duty bearers so that they do something about this. As you can see, it's a very small river, but it's what serves them. They drink from this, bathe from it, and they're hoping that some help can come to them soon. For GhanaWeb TV, my name is Eche Atisu.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
He has always cited the saving grace of Christ Jesus as the reason he escaped a near-death experience in a car accident. The former musician whose hit song Opedodo made waves in 2011 when it emerged, is a preacher today, and he's our guest on today's episode of GhanaWeb's Road Safety Campaign as part of our 22nd anniversary celebrations. Yao Siki is our guest. Welcome, sir.
Thank you.
How are you doing?
Good by grace.
It's been about 7 years since you had your experience.
Sure.
Does it come back to you from time to time?
Yeah. I think even just last week, I was praying, and while I was praying, it came back to me. I visualized again how God took me out and how it was a near-death experience, and I just thanked God that moment, So it does come sometimes. It does come, and when it comes, I just realize how good God has been to me, and how faithful and merciful He has been, and then I thank Him. Yeah, so it does come like that.
So the most recent one, where it came back to you during your prayer session, how was it like? What did you see? Can you just recount everything, the whole experience?
I was praying, but then I was in a place of thanksgiving. So I was thanking God, and then I just remembered how I nearly lost my life some years ago, and how it was a near death experience. That moment, I just thought of the car, how it was upside down, how it landed on its head after veering off or swaying off the road, the motorway, from the inner lane to the outer lane, somersaulting 3 times and landed on its head like that. I was actually unconscious when that happened. And so I always, whenever I remember that moment, I always try to imagine how it was like, because I didn't see it with my physical eyes. I was told, I was dozing off when that it happened on the road, when the car got off the road. So I didn't see how the car turned and all, and I heard, and in the process my head banged, and I got unconscious. So I didn't know where I was, and I was up and bleeding. So that moment when I was praying, I was just trying to imagine and visualize that moment, because that was a dangerous moment for me. That was the time.
Could have ended it for you.
Exactly. I would have died. So I just remembered that time, and I tried visualizing how it was like, because I didn't see with my eyes, with my naked eyes.
Who was in the driver's seat?
A friend of mine, Puku. He was driving the cars at that time. It was his car, and I was in the passenger seat. We had gone for a meeting at the Accra Mall, and we were coming back, and he was driving. So when we got to the toll booth, I was a bit tired, so I laid back like that. I was in the passenger seat and closed my eyes. I dozed off. After some time, I heard his voice. I heard him saying, complaining, "This driver, why did he cross me like that?" And so without opening my eyes, I was like, "Oh, don't mind him," because I was sleepy. So don't mind. And then everything just went off. I didn't know what had happened. Everything went off. I was shut down, off. Total blackness out. So
the last thing you said before the blackout was no mind them. I see.
So, and when I woke up again, I was laying on my back like that, and I was in so much pain, my head and my neck, my arm, and I was in tears and complaining, wailing, and there was someone beside me trying to console me. It could be cool down. It could be cool down, and then everything just.
You know who that was?
I'm suspecting it might be my friend. Yeah, because the pidgin language. Yeah, because we know that's at that time we use a lot of pidgin. When boys we made like that. Yeah, so because it was a pidgin language, it could be cool down. It could be cool down. So I knew definitely it was either my brother or my friend, one of them. So, but because I couldn't see well, my eyes were open, but the vision was blurred and dark. Because I think as at that time the blood also had covered my eye, because I had to sustain severe head injuries, deep cuts on my head.
and my arm, and I was bleeding all over. And so my eye, I saw a picture of me with my face covered in blood like that. So I'm now, after seeing that picture, I'm suspecting that as at when I was on my back, after getting conscious and wailing with someone beside me trying to console me, I'm suspecting that at that time I couldn't see well and the vision was dark because blood had covered my eyes. So my vision was dark and blurred. The blood had blocked my eyes, my vision.
And if you were in the passenger seat and this happened to you, what happened to your friend?
Yeah, God is so good. Nothing happened to him. You see, he was on the wheel, behind the wheel, and the eye conscious. And he knew. He told me that when the driver came from behind, overtook him and was in front of him all of a sudden on the motorway in the inner lane, he was also speeding, top speed, and he wanted to swerve because he feared that even if he hits his brake, there might be a head-on collision. So he wants to swerve out into the outer lane and then carry on. And so in the process of swerving, the car, he lost control. So he knew what he was about to do and the car lost control. So I'm thinking probably he was able to manage. But then we thank God, because nothing happened to him. He sustained no injury. And so he was able to get out of the car, found some people around, and then they got me out from the car and rushed me. Because if he had gotten injured or had also gotten on me, I would have died. Because I was bleeding massively. I was bleeding. If you see pictures, there are pictures of me that I was seriously I don't like seeing them, and so we've not given them out also. Yeah, it's really, really unpleasant. Bloody power, and I would have died. I would have died.
But I mean, it's been some years after the whole incident. Before that, though, were you in a seatbelt?
Yes. God being so good, we're in seatbelt.
And you were that injured, even with a seatbelt?
Even with the seatbelt.
I can only imagine how bad it would have been.
I would have gone through the shield, the glass of the car. I would have gone through it, or I would have been somewhere else. Both I and my friends were in seatbelts, and because we're in seatbelts, when the car somersaulted like 3 times and landed on its head, it was upside down like that. Because of the seatbelt, I was hanging like that. So imagine, and even with that, I had sustained serious, head injuries and arm injuries, and was bleeding badly, and was off. And they had to rush me, but I would have passed, gone cry, So without a seatbelt, I would have gone through the windscreen or even
gone out of the car or something.
Yeah, something worse.
And did it leave any scars that you look back on and like you just feel pain, or it's like a constant reminder of that incident, like a broken arm or a broken leg? Or
obviously my neck. Obviously my neck, because if I turn my neck now, it's not as flexible as it used to be before. Even though I'm a living testimony, I'm God's handwork of His miracle. I'm God's miracle today because I got healed by miracle. Doctors played their part, but God healed me. But even though I'm healed, when I turn the scar, like when my stature now, when I stand, my posture or my stature, you can see that there's a difference in the natural. That's not a natural way. There's something that will tell you that this guy has been through something. And so it's a constant reminder, and it's humbling, and makes you remember how far God has brought me also. Yeah.
Looking back, what would you have done differently if you had a chance?
Pertaining to the accident.
Yes.
Yeah. What I would have done is, when we're leaving home, when my friend came for me, and we're leaving home that day, I remember my mom saying, "Yo, don't go."
Okay, that was the warning.
Yeah, my mom was like, "Yo, don't go, yo, don't go." But I was chasing after mine.
because it was a contract. It was like they are coming for a meeting so that we'll go and perform somewhere and make money. And I'm young and I need to make money so that we can carry on to invest back into the music. So I was like, Mom, you know, I was like, I was like, she gets worried sometimes too much. So she should leave us for us to go. But if time was to go back, I would have listened to her. And also, apart from her, when we got to the Tema, that day when we left home, and we got to the Tema toll booth to enter the motorway to come to Accra, when we got to the toll booth, deep within me, I felt something bad might happen.
I see.
Yeah, before, when we were taking the ticket, within me, I felt something bad. But that's at that time, I didn't have much knowledge concerning how God speaks to us and how all, you know, I wasn't that spiritual. So I brushed it off. So after the accident, I remembered. And I was like, I should have listened to that. That was God. That was the Spirit of God. Yeah.
So there was a prompting.
There was a prompting. Exactly. The exact word. There was a prompting. But and also, the prompting came when we were at the toll booth. And we were taking a ticket. So even if I had said, no, Charlie, we shouldn't go, it's like there
was very little.
Yeah, I also, so that made me think that even if, as at that moment, if I told my friend, Charlie, this is what I'm having, we shouldn't go. I was thinking, we are in a lane, people are behind us, and the motorway is there, and we are the booth, we are taking the ticket. So at that moment, it would be inconvenient for him and all that, for him to, so I was like, let's go, let's move on. That also added up to it. So for us, for me, allowing for us to go ahead, you know, so we went ahead. But then after the accident, I was like, if I'm to go back, I would have listened to that prompting and I would have stopped it right there. Or even my mom. Yeah, when my mom said, yeah, I don't go, I would have listened to her and it wouldn't have happened. It means that it's not from God, you know.
I know you move around a lot. In your moving around, you see vehicles, you see pedestrians, you see motorists in general. From the time your accident happened till now, do you think anything has changed significantly on Ghana's roads, on the part of all the stakeholders, to help curb accidents on our roads?
Yeah, I think that the media has been doing well in promoting safety on our roads. For that one, the education has been going on. And sometimes by the roadside, you see the road signs, over speeding kills and all that. When you go to the driving schools, they will teach you the safety. So the DVLA is working hard. For that, I know. Myself, I went to the driving school and I realized how hard they are working to keep those who come to the road, who use the road, disciplined and drive safely. But yet, when you're on the road, you see lots of indiscipline because people are refusing to change and people are refusing to go by the rules. People are refusing because they are in a hurry to make money, especially the commercial drivers, especially the trotro drivers and the motor cyclists, those who drive the motorbikes. You know, they especially, they are so much in a hurry. They are in a hurry to make money. They are in a hurry to pick passengers. The trotro drivers want to pick passengers. Each one wants to get the most passengers, so they make money. They make money, and so because of that, they race. I mean, it's like a race on the road. This one wants to get ahead of this one to pick the next passenger. So it makes them run at top speed sometimes, and it's bad. And also the motorbikes. When you get to the traffic lights and it's the red is on and it's at a stop, we all stop, but you see them passing by still, not abiding by the rules, ignoring the light, and they just go. And sometimes when it's green at the traffic light and you're moving, you then notice a motorbike from the other side whereby they've been stopped by the light, but yet he will break that rule, break that light and come through. And if you, the driver, if you're not careful, there can be a collision or you can even hit him. And just recently, last week, I went to a lady that I used to evangelize to and pray with them. I went there and I got the information that her husband is a motor rider and he got hit by a car and died. And so they relocated from there. And my heart was saddened. Someone I evangelized to, and he has kids. He has kids with that, and they are young. They are not even in their 40s yet. you know, but the guy just died like that, you know. And I think if we are disciplined on our road, all these things can be, you know, can be taken away. It's indiscipline. It's still there. People are refusing to change because they put self first. Self first. I'm going for that money. I need to get there in time. I need to, you know, put in what they want. What they want, thinking, caring less about others and those on the road, other people using the road, you know, caring less about them, thinking of self. They place self first, and so other people end up dying, you know, and it's bad. So please, we need to be disciplined, and we need to put that first.
You've identified a lot of things you're seeing wrong with our system, and that are encouraging a lot of crashes on our roads. I want you, just as we wrap up, to tell Ghanaians what you think we can do to change the narrative, to help save lives and to help deal with the menace of road accidents on our roads.
My advice to the motorists, pedestrians, drivers on our roads today is to be patient. Patience. Even the Bible says, let patience have its perfect work, that you may be complete and perfect, lacking nothing. If you have patience on our road, be patient enough to cross the road when you're about to cross. Be patient enough when you're driving and you get to the zebra crossing. Be patient enough when you're using the motorbike, when you get to the traffic light, be the motorway. When we are patient like that, we'll get to our destination safely and we will lack no one. We will lack nothing. We will lack nothing. No soul will be lost. No life will be lost. Don't let someone's divine purpose come to an end. Don't let someone die prematurely because of your impatience. Please, let's renew our minds and be patient. My name is Yaosiki. Do the right thing, save a life.
Yaosiki, thank you so much for sharing your experience with us. We are glad you can sit here today and actually tell the world what you saw, you know, and advise others so that they do the right thing and save others from going through what you went through. We appreciate your time and we thank you for speaking to GhanaWeb. He has seen it all and you heard what he had to say. He says you should do the right thing and save a life. Our guest today in this episode of GhanaWeb's road safety campaign has been Yaosiki. He has been sharing his experience with us. You can also join the conversation, make it bigger, let's spread the word. Join us on all our social media platforms, on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at the GhanaWeb. You can also send us your videos on our WhatsApp platform, the numbers as you see on your screen. Let's make this work. Let's save lives and curb accidents on Ghana's road. My name is Wanda Amihagan, and thank you for joining us.
So this is me, a city boy from Accra, in Odotom, a village some few kilometers away from the famous Boti Falls, here in the eastern region, trying my hands on this production process of making gari. And the reason I'm doing this is because our attention was drawn to the story of a young lady called Dede Jennifer, a visually impaired student of the Ukyapiman Senior High School, who was captured on TikTok, famous social media platform, preparing this gari. And today we are here in her village to try and understand her story for a visually impaired person, and with the flair with which she exhibits the practice of gari preparation. to see how it is that she's able to do all these. It's a story we hear today on this edition of The Untold, right here on GhanaWeb TV. With me, Eche Atisu. We'll be back with more details.
Back to the years, I go wandering once again. Back to the seasons of my youth. I recall a box of rags that someone gave us, and how my mama put the rags to use. There were rags of many colors, and every piece was small, and I didn't have a coat, and it was the way down in the fall. Mama sewed the rags together, soon every piece we loved. She made my coat of many colors that I was so proud of.
Soothing, right? With her angelic voice, Dede sings a song in appreciation of her mother's struggles, just to give her a brighter future.
Because of many colors, I think it speaks specifically about you appreciating your mom. I appreciate her so much, the efforts and what we've been through together. I mean, some people give birth and they dump them. When you go to school for the blind, we have children that were brought to the school and they've never been attended to. Like, no parents will come and say, I have this child, I'm visiting him or her. But my issue, even though we don't have that money, but she still tries, she still makes that effort. And I'm so proud of her, yeah.
Her mother began producing Gary when Jennifer was at the school for the blind. She was losing her personal items often to thieves, and with no help coming from Dede's father, her mother had to engage in various menial jobs to cater for her needs and that of her sister.
Her items, including panties, were being stolen often, so I started a Gary business. I do everything myself, from harvesting to frying. Her dad still insisted he was in school, even when we had another child. Because of the day, I have been working tirelessly.
Papa, though he did 50 pesos, baby, say all the time about one o'clock. He came to school, yeah.
Knowing how her mother struggles to take care of her, Dede, despite her limitations, has gotten involved in the Gary business. From peeling the cassava to sifting and to frying it into Gary, Dede has mastered all the steps, needing a little to no help in doing all that now.
I can't just watch her doing all those stuff, because sometimes after speaking with my dad, she'll be like, oh God, so what did I do? All other parents are very lucky and I'm here. She can't even help me. I remember her telling me that when she goes to the farm to bring the cassava, there'll be nobody to carry her, and she's going to sit on the floor, carry the small that she can, and then use the knife to pick the other one from the floor and add it on her head. You know, it's been my job. I can't just sit there and be watching my mom do all those things alone, because I know it makes her feel bad. Already, my visually impairment makes her feel something, which it makes every other mother feel the same. But yeah, I just don't want her to be suffering alone. So Gary processing is quite a difficult task. Yeah, because we could be here around 4:30 a.m. to, let me just say, 11:30 p.m. or 11 p.m. and all you could get is twice the span. Yeah, so sometimes it's difficult. It's not sometimes. Gary processing is difficult. I believe that there should be a higher marketing for that. Like, you sit here for like 12 hours or stuff, and yeah, the smoke itself is another thing. It can cause serious headache, eye pains and stuff.
Dede was born in a small village at Udotom.
in the Yellow Krobo municipality of the Eastern region some 19 years ago and has lived there all her life. Like many villages, Odotong is underdeveloped and surrounded by a lot of bushes which harbor some dangerous creatures, and this makes life difficult for the visually impaired like Dede.
I've been living here for 19 years and that is basically my root. Yeah, so I still have the picture in mind. I once said that I once had sight. So I know where to go, I know where to move around, and sometimes you also use the sound. Sometimes it depends on how you calculate things. My challenge here, like the last time, I think we saw a snake in our room. This place is, it's like, I don't know, it's more like a village. And so when you have to even, let me just say, move apart, you need somebody to check whether the road is clear for you or stuff. The other time, I just passed the place and they said, this is a snake. I was like, Jesus Christ, what's kind of, what is this? So living here, it's a bit challenging because you don't know what's ahead of you, what's in front of you. It's not like, let's just say that a town that you be free. No, it's not like that here, but it's all, there's nothing I can do about that. This is where I live.
Yes, you heard her right. She once had sight but lost it all after an unsuccessful surgery.
I went into total darkness when I was like 8 years old after a surgery, after repeating another surgery in Kolebu Teaching Hospital. My life as a young child, it was okay. I can't really tell you if I was born with blindness or stuff. But the problem started from the 3rd day that I was born, when they all noticed that I was not read no much. I grew up knowing everything, like the colors. When we say blue, I know what blue is. When we say green, red, yellow, orange, the trees, the flowers, and the birds and stuff. When we say somebody is dark, this person is fair, I know how it looks like and I still have the picture in mind.
Dede was born with the assistance of a traditional birth attendant as her parents couldn't afford to pay hospital bills at the time. There were complications after her birth as the placenta failed to come out and her mother bled profusely. Her mother was rushed to the Koforidua Hospital for urgent care and fell into coma on the way to the hospital. She woke up after 2 days and due to her situation, Dede didn't receive the needed attention as a newborn.
Lobere chane e pasu 2 days osio. Ma pe ka 4 days o. Ka mana ka yin ni ngocho. Ne ike nga nye bobobo. E ba ka mi ma ba we no. De ma that time ne wa here we Dede ehengbe. Wa li no ko.
After 4 days, I could walk with a stick. We didn't notice the problem with the baby's eye until I was breastfeeding her 5 days later. I realized her eyes looked so funny, so I called my sister-in-law to come and check, and she confirmed my fears, so we took her to Agogo, where we were referred to Koforidua. We were disappointed when we went because we were told they would examine her with machines, but instead they only gave us medicine to apply to the eyes. The condition didn't change after applying the medicine for 2 weeks, so we went back to the hospital and they still gave us medicine. We were then advised to take her to Asante Achim Agogo, and they also gave us medicine. After a while, we gave up and started praying.
Kinu prayers no ikeleya kinu yo waya ne wanga ka si anti ko na check anti Mary ne nga clap yo no e order brefo no go e order doctors go make ba so manya kojonya dom kojonya.
A woman called Auntie Mary called me to bring her to Somanya as some eye specialists had come there. We however found out that they were not specialists when we went. They advised that we go to Accra to see a specialist, but I broke down in tears because I couldn't afford that.
ipale pa ibio ne waya keke ne brefo no ni che enwe ka akeba ne de mi ke ake ya chem keba na chem e ba ho dede e bi mi ke abim ka be ne nya bibie no ne ide le ke papa wa ke dede ya doctor wa base ka ho edio wa throw him.
Auntie Mary promised to help them and asked them to return to Somanya, so she takes them to Accra. She took them to a hospital at Tema, but they were referred to the Emmanuel Eye Clinic, where Dede had her surgery.
Dede ho operation papa. Say omana kan bene esane emanya ne kofo ya han.
The surgery was successful, but she cried till we got home, and we went back the following day. She had another surgery, but shortly after that, she lost her sight.
Oh, Yehovah. Abango juku ka pale ho, si ataya eko. Bo mi na pale keleba. Akaya pe, achuno, akeyo. Kekene yu oba hie ne ke brefo no oba hie ne ke o. Kan de nga hio mi no hejio. E mango de ga ya abrochi.
Auntie Mary wanted to fly her abroad, but she was too young, and I couldn't speak English. That's why we enrolled her at the school for the blind.
School for the blind, you go to school. You know about money never hamiska. Why choboska no fan or school? Why be no fan of school?
Dede was enrolled at the School for the Blind in 2008 and spent 11 years there.
I remember my first day in school. I couldn't understand any language like English or Tree, and a student was like, "Hey, sorry." So I was like, the person said, "Sole." I was like, "Oh, Sole means I should pray." Like Sole, I was in my Krobo language. So I was like, "Oh, okay, I'm praying." Then the letter came back and said, "Sole." I was like, okay, my Sole, you said I should pray, and I'm praying. I said it in my local language. Then they had to get, should I call it a translator, somebody who can speak Tree, somebody who can bring anything that I say into Tree. And that's how I lived my life as a student. I was in BAS, as we call it, School for the Blind, for 11 years. And I still give them the accuracy because they give me the best training as every visually impaired child should have.
So how did she go from someone who couldn't speak or understand a word in English to speaking the language with so much?
I was in P4. I didn't know how to do much then. Then there was once a teacher, like, her name is Miss Ruby. So she came to the class and she was like, "Oh, sorry, why is Jennifer?" I was like, "Madam, here I am." And she caned me for no reason, just because I was talking and stuff. I was like, "Oh, okay." She was like, "Hey, I first see you, bro." And I said, "Madam, this word that you've said will not go in vain. I'm going to prove you wrong. I'm going to do this." So that's where actually I started learning English. Initially from my P1 stage or something, I couldn't handle English very well. But ever since that day, yes, I think it was on the 5th of March, I encouraged myself that I would be able to make it. And I had to go back from KG to learn everything, not to repeat, but in my mind, and be disturbing teachers with stuff. And those are, I got to make it. So I think School for the Blind contributes a lot when it comes to that factor.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
The stigmatization and everything. Like, you hear comments from a family member like, I don't even wish to have you as a child. I prefer to remain barren. And all of a sudden, your friends that you grew up with, parents will be telling their children not to come closer to you because they feel you're going to infect them with blindness or stuff. But I managed to face it. I had to accept my challenge and move on. There is nothing I can do about it. Last year, I was coming from Okwas to Koforidua, and I sat in a car with one lady. And she was like, driver. It's in your friendly way now, but fun car. And I was so down. I felt so bad for something like that to come out. You know, when you sit in cars, people just don't want you to get closer to them, not because of anything, but because you are visually impaired, because you are a person with disability. I believe that the society should be more educated and some concepts of mind have to be changed. And that is what basically I want to do. Like, people see persons with disability as, I was once told here in this house that, like, we are kwala because adia yebeyama adia kobi already 19. This will be your mom. People don't get that fact, you understand, and it's a big challenge. And it's one of the challenges for people with disability. But that's it. You can keep your head up, and you also make it.
Dedenu oya depa otimi boye ofi. Say ye galini say otimi posama ye otimi ye bless otimi ji en kakra na ya humi. Na efi adwuma.
Dede is very helpful. She assists us when we are making the gari, especially when she knows we are tired. She can sweep and cook. She is also very bright and has a very sweet voice. We love her despite her limitations.
The onimade papa iti yani jini. Dede tunyum wa se ma wa wani beji. Enti yani jini. Seni otibia yedon.
She hopes to become an advocate who will help make life easier for people with disabilities as well as the vulnerable in society.
I'm doing all these things for my mom and then for myself, and to make sure that other children, other persons with disability also will have and enjoy best in life. Not the person with disability only, but the vulnerable and the less privileged in our society. I really want to be an advocate. I really want to move beggars from the street. I can tell you for a fact that 20% of beggars on the street who claim to be blind and stuff, most especially those who say they are visually impaired, they are not visually impaired. It's like some tree and then they put it in water, then it changes color, then they pour it on their eyes when you see it. Most people do that because they don't have any job and stuff, or they feel like begging is just the option for them in life. But I really want to encourage people, boost their morale and change that concept of mind. I really want to give the opportunity to people who deserve people. I really want to encourage people that, look, you can do it, you can make it.
Dede has a sister and 5 other step-siblings, but has no relationship with her step-siblings as her father abandoned her, her mother, and her sister. She wishes her father will give her and her sister the same attention he gives to his other children.
Really? I don't even know where he is. Really, it sometimes makes me feel bad. You know, it makes me feel like it's not like he doesn't exist on this earth. He lives, but we don't have that daughter and father relationship where I can talk to my dad and we're gonna talk. Nah, it's not part of the deal. I don't think it's part of the deal in my life. So yeah, it makes me feel bad, sometimes emotionally depressed. Because when you go to school and with the kids, the only language that my mom can speak is the Kobo, and there'll be things like parent-teachers association meeting, like staff, and there'll be nobody to represent because she feels that even if she comes, it'll be useless. She wouldn't understand anything. She can't say anything, and she wouldn't be there. And I thought that if my dad, I just don't know how to explain this whole issue, but we don't have that relationship. And sometimes it makes me feel good. But I've accepted my challenge, and I wouldn't push myself to somebody that always makes me an option. You know, I have to move to where so if I feel that my mom takes care of me and stuff, yeah, I wouldn't like to include her story in my life. Not at all, because yeah, anytime my story is brought up, anytime he hears about me, anytime he speaks to me, he makes me feel like I'm not important, and then the other children are important than me. But yeah, that's life.
Dede is a Form 2 art student at Okwapeman SHS, one of a few senior high schools in the country that admits blind students. She says the environment is not very friendly for people with her condition.
This is a school where they do inclusive education, that we have visually impaired here. The roads, the guards, it's like the topography of the land itself is not friendly to the visually impaired at all. The structure of the school, how things, like, it's really, really disturbing. And most visually impaired, like, if I were to be with sight by now, I should have been in the university or something. Yeah, but yeah, I am in the second year. I know people who are much older than me, and I'm still in the same class with them. But the sighters do not see it that way, you know, and you get people like 15 years, 14 years, 13 years, like those are the kind of ages that are in secondary school for now, and they got to speak to you anyhow. Like, it's sometimes disturbing, but me, it's not part of my problem. It's not really my challenge now, because I know that you don't get everything that you're supposed to get from everyone. Like, and I have to respect myself, because if I don't bring my issues, you don't get that time. Some of them are respecting though. We have teachers who actually are not patient enough with visually impaired. Like me, I don't do CRS, and you have CRS students coming back to say, oh, today our madam didn't speak to us as visually impaired at all. She didn't speak with us well. She sometimes insults us, and you have students switching to come to literature just because some teachers just don't speak to them or something. Yeah, but that's the nature of it. So sometimes you have to speak to the teacher and let the teacher understand, because there are some teachers that they were not with people with visually impairment, so they don't understand the reason why if we're giving 1 hour to every student to write a test, we have to give a visually impaired person another 30 minutes, because the braille is a bit complicated and you apply pressure too. So it's a bit difficult, but some of them they don't really understand, so you have to go down and teach them and stuff. It's a bit challenging in school. The security with us as a visually impaired. In last year only, 5 laptops were stolen from students with visually impairment in Okwas. So the security around the braille, like, we don't have anything like burger proof, and it's very, very disturbing. Now I can't go to school with laptop. The reason why we moved to school with laptop is that you can't tell somebody's daughter, like, I have a book. Like literature students, we're using books like Second Class Citizen, A Midsummer Night Dream, and then, like, you can't tell somebody's daughter, like, read all these things for me. So you buy the book, you take it to the Braille Center, they scan it, and then you get your soft copy. So with that, you know, there's a software on the laptop called Job Access with Speech, JAWS. It reads everything for you. So by you'll be a controller of your own world. You understand? And that's why we use laptop most. And then sometimes you type when the teacher is teaching and you feel, let me jot this and let me put this down. You don't have to get frame and style and things. And we're using those things because things visually impaired people used to learn, like the sheet, the frame, it's difficult. It's like, if I were to be using pen, I'll just buy it for 1 CD, right? The stylus that we used to write is like 12 CDs. The frame alone is like 120 CDs. So it's expensive. So when you have the laptop, you move away from all those things. You just type. You understand? And that's why we use. But security is very, very poor at the Braille Library.
She urged the youth
not to allow the opinions of others discourage them from pursuing their own dreams.
Yes, really, you don't have to let yourself down. Nobody will come from anywhere and discourage you. It will be yourself. I had that kind of discouragement when a person said, hey, you want to be a musician? Even those of us with sight, we don't even sit up. Oh, and you. I was like, oh, okay, let that time come. And when it comes and I can't make it, the time will go itself. So you have to be yourself. That's just one thing. You have to be yourself. You don't really have to listen to friends. As youth, you have to be secretive at times. It's not everything that you have to say. You have to be secretive to keep your life better. You understand? You don't just disclose things to friends. Yeah, you may have a bestie or a best friend, but yes. And as ladies, you have to work. You don't know how joyful it is when a man brings like 1,000 and you also, oh, like I can bring 1,000, I can bring 900. How joyful it is than like always be calling somebody, I need this, I need that, I need this, do me this, do me this. You have to try your level best. Because yeah, nobody is having it easy. So you have to try a level best not to be a reliability onto the society, irrespective of your status, irrespective of where you are coming from and the challenges that you are in. Now you have to get up. You have to move. I mean, move. I like this Tatiana's song, like you. The song, it really says a lot of things, and you have to just be like that. Just be yourself. Just be real. Just don't really listen to people sometimes. You have to listen to people for advice. But it's not every time that you have to take what people say, because that can also bring you down.
She also urged parents with disabled children to give their children the opportunities to be great in future instead of keeping them away from society.
Bring out your children. Let them go to school. Please, please. Yes, please let them go to school. Like I have a friend called Benedicta Entry. When everybody goes to YouTube and the person types, my situation cannot stop me. She's with Chemical TV. She has a whole lot of songs. And Benet has been denied of good and quality education. It pains me so much. The first aim of me in this year, I really want to get her back to school. She lives in Asokore Mampong, Kumasi. Where she lives is not a problem. People come from Boligatanga to school for the blind. And so I really want to get her back to school. Parents, please do not keep your children. To people with sight, yeah, you see your children, you see somebody with disability and you'll be like, this person was not created by God. I have a student who attended nursing training, and I mean, a day before her post, she became visually impaired. The person had to go back to SHS because she did science. She had to go back to SHS and do general art for her to do something like readable. So life, you don't know what is ahead of you in life. So you don't just treat people anyhow.
Dede wants to become a journalist one day because she enjoys her literature classes in school.
Literature. I think I love that subject so much. I love it so much. I enjoy good English and be a journalist and be fluent and speak well too. So I would love to write very good English and great stories. So I had to do with literature, and I think I enjoy it so much. It's not a challenging.
Dede also hopes to become a musician so she can become a source of inspiration to people through her music.
I really want to inspire people with my words that comes out of us. Sometimes a person goes into a situation and when he or she turns left, right, there's nothing. The only thing you have is music. So I really want to change people's life through music. I really want to speak to people through music. Want to empower somebody, move somebody's life. I really want to turn my mess into a message in the music.
Gari, or what we know more contemporarily as cassava flakes, is what has inspired today's story on The Untold here on GhanaWeb TV with me, Eche Atisu. We spoke to Dede Jennifer, and we are glad that she joined us to hear her inspiring story as a visually impaired person, a student of the Okyopiman Senior High School in the Eastern region,
And we hope that you join us again another time as we bring you inspiring stories as we do here on The Untold. Remember, there is more news on www.GhanaWeb.com for your consumption. Until next time, stay safe and be good.
I was rich as I could be in my coat of many colors. My mama made for me.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
More than 2,000 people die every year from road accidents in Ghana. Apart from these 2,000 people that die, another close to 15,000 are left with injuries. Some they can't walk ever again. Some they can't handle anything with their hands. They have their hands cut off due to accidents. And these accidents are caused mainly by bad roads, carelessness on the part of drivers. You and I being careless on our roads leads to so many deaths, so many fatalities. It's about time we make road safety part of our daily livelihoods. The practice of road safety, abiding by the rules and regulations, and also allowing the police to enforce their laws. Police, enforce your laws wholeheartedly without bending the rules to suit Tom, Dick, or Harry. Road accidents are killing every day. I keep saying it, that the seriousness we attach to prevention of COVID-19, if we attach that same seriousness to the prevention of road accidents, we will reduce our accidents rate by more than 50%. My name is Bice Osekofo. Dodona Frame Obuo. Tie Papa Driver. Tie Mr. Passenger. Tie motor rider, yen fam mo yen ho ban afi wote krenkren wo woka mu a memfa mentena wo ka sti achi no monsa a sign broni friend accident. Do the right thing, save a life.
Music Awards is happening this weekend. Today, we assess the road to the 4th edition of the award scheme. Later on, we'll have a conversation on Jackie's rise to fame. She's been touring Nigeria, but we assess how the tour has been and whether or not she's been able to stamp her feet in Ghana. Also, Sister Fia says the beef between herself, Frida Rhymes, and Inu was planned. Now, after planning this and successfully executing it, the ladies have failed to say thank you to her. Cool? We assess all these issues on this episode of Bloggers Forum. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantepa. Welcome to Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. My guests are seated. Nana Auredu is with OnePlayAfrica.com. Nana, welcome.
That's it. What do you mean? Sorry, I'm a human teacher.
Vida Duchumuabuatin is a columnist. Vida, welcome.
Thank you.
Nice one. So, let's see what's happening in showbiz. Ama Bruni is on standby to give us Nkomo. We are back to discuss what she presents.
Na watchi me awe se watsensem bebre wo waso meni sanso tua se na wo hwe anim se nkomo wo ho eye ama broni me be sanso aba na ma chechew se ma ekọ information ni na da me nsem ye nchekwa ye ntwa ye ho 180 degrees na ye beto ankomo no so ayo eye covid-19 therefore ye okrom ha na ya rebuy ama abanka school fu nyina ti se wonko akọkọ tenafie eye January ya na ye sanso share so won't go back to school. Na year 2020, GHS for no mucho a year wasin. Results abba man ko school ye frefre won ni ade. Na nkomo fufu BAP a year school ya ye was start ku ya. A year Achimota school I won cran here. Rastafu BNB akopie mu Rastafu okrum. Wa kwa akopie mu ho. Na nkasa nka wa akopie mu de say ne wa wa fa wa Achimota na just say what results you good. But headmistress or ho chire mu school mu hade eye Rastafu eye mutina meja egugu kushan yenje wa ha enti se mu pese mu ba ya akra mu ba mo town de mu nkofie na mu kotwa mutin na mu kotwa tini bade ne yebeje mu ba nkofo bebre tire ma si wo fu yi wa pass exam si na wan admission nti aka mama won kwe enti nkofo bebre a kire wan adwe na eye Samini you dancer artist Samini ono amunu so wo dreadlocks tintin kama ono so de na anu atu mo kire ma si Sesi ani de oma na ye 2021 na edu eni biaba so bi any preference or person obeja unity ani de fine anka school na kama won to aso nanso oni school ni be ya adwen se eye awufu a won ma bia wo se won ma won be school se wo ye won say ye won religion dia eni na school ni betumi decide so ha de bia ye nye religion wa ha but se won pema na obese won tine full for just their preference and kama ma won ho kwan but Samini so chire ma same ekokoso nyina it's about time aka Rastafu nka musu set up mu school mu set up mu school na nsensem yi na kwotwa wonti mu nko ntwa wonti ni nyina nka tu betwa what music jajanti ensuro bia Rasco kunsu de na anu ato eye Achimota Rastafu ya wo se wonkotwa wonti nsensem yi o kire ma Onyankopon hata soro Onyankopon hata so betua school for kapa o say the wrath of God ebe school so say ni say nti na mfra won ni ma de say ya won nya admission afa de mo se mo ma won ko e say ni say won ya resident Rasco say Onyankopon ti ase de Achimota school say man mfra mu fre na won je won na won ma won besua de a mo de mo ntwe na mo hu Onyankopon o de be yam ye da so gina eye Achimota school and Rastafu nsem so na school no bo modern na wo kwa Achimota na wo wi a wo fra akra na Ghana had betumi a list bebre titiri bebre a woko aya Achimota school na eye Reggie Rackstone ono so de na anu atu nsensem o kire ono so ko school yo no ana okoi na on tena se nyenhwe han se ono ani di mu amamu nim se eye Reggie ne dreadlocks atenti o kire ma school no mo nyaade because mo nyina mo nipa nti o mbetena se na mo nka se o PTA na na se old boys mo friend won na wa bebida kosi se Mbo modern ana makase nkofo nkola na wa abo modern esua de an wanya admission wo beje won on school ni to nkwanta won apai mama onye event being friend won ana say all student because wo ye bibi na wo so Reggie Stone ko sise mo be ye bibi afa ho cause ono no ye rastani ono so fight for new people nti mo ntumi ba be discriminate na fede mo wi am so ye bibi na ya frɛ oremba nti mama fa mani nto no so Appeatus in the mix. Ghana had your be any Appeatus, legendary music producer. Ono den sem bia betudwa. Komo wo ho. Appeatus chema Ghana fo. Wo be sha de ase fefe de no mo aye ni matu na jeje mo abe ho na afi munsa. Eye azonto ya. Eye akọ international Ghana fo aye ni asa we ya azonto ya. Maya ma de akwade efiensa. O chema Nigeria fo afadi. Mo kai o se P Square. Azonto iba so ananko ye DJ yendi na wo sheda koye alingo wo sa alingo dance bi na ko pese wo wia Ghana fo mu ye bibia mo start ana chese mo ja na nko fa abeka o chema ka zonto ya ka ye so man kenne adey anka workers azunta Ghana ka ye dia shita man na nyina so mo shade ase mo so mo na mo kra na mo sha ase afi na mo gya ne sa emwa appear to snoche ngomo de bi wo ho pa mo be ka ye last week ho baby na ye chese beef ni je say entertainment industry de bia na enim na aye Aisha Modi ene na ekuado de ne de na echi emia menu a wodi sie ni wo Instagram eye Aisha Modi ochema eye na ekua ono ankasa sa Kenya na artist no managing Victoria Kemani na ekua fa na echi no ko se ni che eye Victoria so edwuma no ntumi yenti anka Victoria po before na enu na ekua ye interview bi na wa chema ensem na entisa nkofo afa da Aisha so wante ne ho asiye o se onu de o ho na eye Victoria be bisa ni so anka line de na eko no chema so Aisha do influential but eba so be managing enu de on shada nye onim sa Aisha betumi aye adwuma wo ho ya enu de wan kase Aisha ntumi wan enye se na Aisha chema enye se na na ade nete obisa na adwe no o kire keke na eye na ekua do interview no chema se na Aisha de abetu dwa so de ne ka $15,000 so ntua na e fan kosi o se enye sa na eye Aisha brain is kebi so on fan supervise ni project na enumu na skin sem but ono pa de so de ne ka $15,000 enu de enimu sa mu bibi na mo nya we say oyo bia warifo ai na ne kura do chema wa warifo 13 good years we nya ma bie nkura wo na eye interview okoye na eye nsem bi obisa ne questions bi na counselor Luther de bisa ni so aware kofu bebre ka so emu ye de bisa mu nye de but ono no 13 years experience then no be wa ka fa ho na kura che so and na fem sa because nsem bebre bi wo pa eye infidelity aso bi be wu partner be fa wechi ebi afa na ni so ne ade but o chema se wo do obi a na wonim so ma wo mu wo pese wo work out or how the ancestry de bibi bebre baba ebebre beba but ejina wo nipa no so se wo betina wa ware ase na se be masa ansem ya ma aka so me nye bioma o se ye den ana mama ya nto aso ye da so ejina ye aware nsem so eye Ghana's Most Beautiful second runner up eye addresser mo be ka 2016 no ni kunu ware na recent interview o din sembe bra atuja adwoa chema so wu na so koba oberima owo ma pa so no oberima owo ba beta tena ase de onye bida o chema o ebia fa ni so ankasa eye ni kunu o se obe answer no be hia no na me abien e wo ma abien ma different ones ono wo ma but on ne nsa so ware no chema aware ni mu no drama bi a efri ni baby mamas ni nchen ebro no so nti ono de osan so nya ho pa de a ono oberima owo ma entumi ware ntena ase so you no kunu da ene na interview no de se bebre atudwa but ono de asem o kan de se ni kunu de ono odono ono so dono they are living happy but aye baby mamas omo drama na do so dodo me say aye Burna Boy anyway skate Grammy wins na omunya ni dem say entwa to you say Nigeria free ko win Grammy Ghana for artists won asundrom ye ena what they won compare ena mu make mark ne ena mu nya Grammy si ena eye KKD kwesi cheda kwa ace broadcaster odun so din sembia betuja otwema see Ghana ha enye Grammy na eche se wa bo humodin nti Ghana for mu jai sa ade na ase artist BNJ Ghanaian artist BNJ Grammys ene koye den otwema Ghana ha se ye wo award skills bebre ya artist wo bo humodin nti mu jai se na modin won hototo won enye fe na ye Rocky na ono so din sembia totuja otwema ye structures na e music industry is not solid. It is not solid. Say a record label ne contribution e artist nyina se mu bo modern na se system ni ye adwuma ene ebe hu so oh you fe de ye edu eno na ebe de be ko enim na akoko Grammys but ahaya structures ni nye adwuma de ene how is it possible say mu expect say Ghanaian artists mu kono mu ko win Grammys nti Rocky Trema Ghana fa yembo modia na yenye won homework na ye ya cause artists also obo homework nya wo be ye bia wan ye collaborations good music ni nyina wo ye but system ni nye adwuma dia ene Grammys na be chance na monye bi say sorry so ene ye fa eye funny face you actor funny face in trato funny no abetwema oh atem didi eye ni baby mama Vanessa emebi so Vanessa eye ni maame num ne papa so they say o se buenu ne ho Ghana police ya woni na mo amunim de dem na mabeka an o se wan sheda buenu ne ho panti eye ni baby mama fa ne bone nche no wo a o didi matem ebi so muso na o se opamocho no fanche no amanfo ya ye gitum se mo de no boni be chen mo de a chen de na nsu ye de asi ha da se ne ye me amabroni me pa na me de komo na ho ni nyina asanso abeso.
Thanks, Ama Bruni, for the segment and Komo or what's happening in the world of showbiz here in Ghana. Let me begin with Vida. Which one do you want to pick?
Which one do you want me to pick?
7-year selection process anymore.
Yeah, I don't know. This week, Kasan, it's been a Rastafarian week.
Yeah.
As I say, everybody talking about this Achimota schools. I don't know what to, make of this whole thing. It means me who say, yeah, man, in school, no, but there's something peculiar about that gentleman. Master in a casa, no, or you're very mature. I don't know the kind of training the Rastafarians give to their wards, but this guy speaks like he's some student leader already. If there's to be any reforms be in Achimota school someday, not say students, teachers, I see him being the leader of that, student revolution on campus and all that. But he's brilliant. Yes, when you're 6, and he was a school prefect in the former school, and he was also the best student. So let's give the gentleman the benefit of the doubt. Now, I'm Manu Akunya, on school, no.
Who you say you be kind of one. Say or Rasta, Uncle School, no. Then later we'll see a number of our students, children with the dreadlocks, a number of them.
A number of them will emerge because somebody will also come up and say, what's a religion for not a religion or the Jerry Kells and a school. I mean, it's going to open the floodgates for a lot of things. But then again, the reasons they've given for not allowing the kids to have their hair in school is a wasted time. You can ask adults, why around? I mean, you fixing your hair, it takes time. And as a student, you don't really have much time on your hands. But then when it's backed by religion, the culture and all that, now the arguments now are back and forth, and also be account to say parliament's business of the day, and they have to talk about this issue. So let's bring a finality to this. In all of this, who education minister near Oka. I don't know, so we'll train the parliament's vacancy or the not to review sense of a kua who draw woman, Musori and Sana with Timia Kabibia. But baby, arguments in a direct economy. You hear say, or best sorry now, Kabibi.
Anna. Yeah.
I want to share.
Kruma say on when you say no now the best
time. Ghana phone hwehwe nim ehun hia on. Ghana phone hwehwe nim phone ehun hia. We mean kasabi. This has nothing to do with I've seen that child rights whatever come and talk blah, but this has nothing to do with that. 3 things. 1, every organization has rules and regulations. It's a reason why society is what it is now. Why do we have police? Why do we have military? Why do we have a president? Why do we have a vice? Why do we have how do you call it? All the people in power. Because rules and regulations must govern the human institution. And yes, I say you.
What campus is saying?
Yeah, we who picture your comfort. We should say, yeah, man, a quine. Na onko school, ya say Volta region ho baby.
3 years ago, remember ho?
You understand? It's no oba, only na chairman na be school na say.
I'm speaking on the Reggie Rockstone thing. Can I finish any here? Say I've cancelled all my anything with more time is on hold for now.
I don't know to watch him on.
You training better no. Listen, let's be very honest with ourselves here. What happened at Achimota School had to happen for us to have a certain level of conversation in our country. It's not supposed to happen for the boy to go to school. If the boy and the Rastafarian parents want to solve the issue, when they got to the school and the school said no, because it doesn't meet our like it's against our rules.
The rules.
All they could have said was, we will do fee paying. And then the boy will go to school as an international student.
For secondary school, do they have those arrangements?
Yes, you can. There are some kids in some schools, I don't want to put their names out. Even in my school that I went to, they were fee paying people. They were fee paying guys who were keeping their hair. No, I went to swim set tech.
Uncle G.I.S.
That beat me say that. What am I saying? Yeah, there's a reason why rules and regulations exist. I can't tell you about GhanaWeb. GhanaWeb will rules and regulations. Say me baha na me shem paboa. Omutimi wakwan busa me say aden na won shem paboa because I shem paboa.
But then principal, we are forgetting something. Yeah, traditions no wo ho. Sebi o akola bi wo ho ana oye nsuo ba. As I say, obi ani baby a okoji ne ba. Se wutwa ni na there's be a baby drastic ABC. No, listen. She baby ho. Sa na can baby ni we as castra era bezi na hu baby on na.
Me when this whole thing happened this whole week, I said not to say anything about it because I feel like Ghanaians were just being Ghanaians. Right? I have 3 things. 1, politicians being politicians, excuse my language, off their stuff. At the point in time where they were being bashed for free water and everything, the point GS to say, give an order to say you accept the thing. Politicians do what everybody likes, not what is good. So do you know what they did? To take the conversation away from the free water and the tax and everything, put this boy, the conversation, in the middle of the conversation so that everybody leaves the free water. 2, GES comes out and does the thing. Everybody is chastising GES. More time, first of all, in a tweet, posted GES's response in the papers, then comes out to say that they reject the boy. What happens in politics behind the closed doors has been settled. Somebody owes somebody one favor for there. Let's be sincere with ourselves here, Charlie. We will not be kidding. So this thing happened and it's exposing how Ghanaians we think small. How many years have you gone to school? School now, school. How many years has it been there? How many years? So if there are kids there who have even long hairs and everything, we need to understand that there are some level of rules are a governing school. No? So if you go and then they say that, oh no, you think my own school, it has nothing to do with faith. Because if it did, I have Muslim friends who went to my school but were attending church services because they were forced to do. If it had to do with hair, I had people in my school when I was in school who were sick when the sun hits their head, but they were still working in the sun with their hair cut. There are people who have issues with their health when they even go to certain crowded area, but they were still going to school.
Is it about time we took? We put the rules into perspective.
It is a situation, bro.
It has to be changed.
My brother went to school in Russia. When he got to Russia, he couldn't speak Russian. Do you know what they made him do? 6 months of learning the Russian language before he even joined the school. 6 months. 6 freaking months to a year to speak and write the Russian language properly before he even went to school. It's something that has to do with Ghanaians and how we want to talk about everything, make it look like and it's happening. It's good for the politicians. You know what she said? She said, MPs they are order of the day. They are doing the job because you know why? When it happened, media phone in Rasta, you jai tax nekan. You jai free water, you jai can. So the politician is happy now. Yeah, say a kind. In shame. It's something that's politics, bro. This has to do with the celebrities and what they are saying is all bullshit, like Raskuku and things. It has nothing to do with faith. It has nothing to do with Rastafarian society. It has nothing to do with anything. Assemination, Wako school, in school. Oh, sir, what can we do to solve the issue? Rather, we are coming up to chastise Motown. For doing what? A school that has been existing for how many years now? Okay, because of one boy, the school must break all its rules because Jesus is coming tomorrow.
So what can we do to solve the issue?
What we have to do is one more time.
Rastafarian school, Anna.
That's what Samini is saying. School. I don't think they have to do that. I think they have to just abide with it.
We are going for the break. When we return, we'll do the Jackie's Right to Fame, Sister Fia, and then later on, we'll look at the 3 Music Awards. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Abrantipa. My guest, Naniao 18, is with OnePlayAfrica.com. Vida Richuma Boatin is a columnist. And then, so our next topic, Jackie. Now, everywhere you pass, Jackie, Wakoto or Nigeria, she's back. I am sure on this note, I want to start with Vida. We've been talking about female participation in the industry, and I want to know how the feeling is like with Jackie being a sensational artist now.
Yeah, I actually got introduced to her music through a friend who was not even Ghanaian. So I felt the music wasn't from a Ghanaian artist. But then when I checked Jackie, the spelling of it, and I realized that it was, she was just trying to, rewrite or rephrase it to make it look unique.
Yeah.
And then I realized she is a daughter of Nana Echampong. And I was thrown aback, Kakra, because Nana Echampong in the hive, the KB and Kobemani buy Papa line, but then no man is liberty to do what she likes. So, and I hear people say she's from a music family. I don't know if, apart from Nana Echampong, there's also someone else out here music. I can't.
Say that. Oh, so about you from a music family.
I said one side and inquiry ever funny say.
That's like unmana.
Yeah, it's.
Oh, bravo guitar from a music family.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay. So I like the way on funny papa Ninchi who be brave in all that she does. I mean, you don't see her father even following up. So then they call interviews and now Frefro be a heavy way for Neban. You could see say she's well groomed. And yeah, I don't know what her father did for her backstage or behind the scenes though, but kudos to her. A lot of people fell in love with the song, not knowing say it's from a Ghanaian. Usual way of falling in love with music. That was how a lot of people ever pay in Yomno. But then, Mr. D. Bibi Kaka, Miti in Yomno, I proceeded to watch the video. And I was disappointed.
Forever, now.
Yeah.
Female empowerment.
With the video. I told myself, I said, minim se say nete franka, mistake to audio ni sa ananka mankwanko share video no. Kwa ina say video na supposed to complement enyomna watono. Maybe there's a message our person will convey to audience no. But the video wasn't good for me. Osha costume no, it was bad. Or share camera quality no ewo form message progression be a woman. So I was like, said nipa abedonyum no. If somebody proceeds to watch the video no because but who shot this? Why this concept? The costumes alone. I know say your producers can put it side by side. So I'm pleading with her to say, when your Sony deal be, when your RCA UK distribution deal be. Kudos to her. She should watch at the end because they say, in as much as streaming, there are people who solely know you through music, videos, So she should pay attention to her. Now she's become a sensation. Everywhere you go, everyone is screaming, Jackie, 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 Jackie. She shouldn't come back some year and tell us, say, Ghanaians didn't give her the support. The style, no, R&B-ish. I mean, who be that? And yes, I did who be a BC that we've seen it before. The song of Fiane, Irene Logan on my first track, and it keeps ringing in my ears still. And style me good, but it's not a DNC that ye who be that ye to a guso. And in as much as ye man as our support on riding on it. Matisa Gophobia is too early for her to go to Nigeria. I mean, Senka Utintim Kaka, because in Gophobia brings down who the performances, crampon, the stage performances, how or be coordinating a home, or be panting for breath, saying or be on auto live and now be DJ track, 2 tracks. So people don't really know her in that light. Yatiane said Jackie B and Nana Echampong, but in Senka or Tonable, because Nigerians no say all rises, they have a way be almost on say on best suppress on continent, but I disagree. There's no right time. I mean, say if the song is blazing there, now you have to take advantage and go on a media tour. I see nothing wrong with that. But then again, on remixing and with Omale, there are people saying that they didn't quite feel the vibe.
And she says it's not for them.
Yes. I mean, Mekramiti and the Omale part, he was trying to, pace up a little bit on the melodies that we were used to in the song. And I didn't quite get the vibe there. I've asked myself why Omale, but maybe I didn't know the projects they have in the future. But I don't know, back short tweet, I apologize, say, maybe someone will say, For how long would you apologize for? And you maybe say, I mean, on gross, thick skin, no ye, into no, we'll praise on the management around here, no.
So you think the apology was needless?
It was needless. I mean, you have to grow the tough skin right from scratch. And then it's true, and you don't do a particular song for everybody.
She doesn't want to have
no, Massa, she's
new in the industry.
Wants to ice cream. Don't come and do music. What's my say? No, they see Chegu. Don't come and do music. Baby, I'll be there. You won't be there. Because I'm sure people have seen the video. Maybe you're not more papers. I Jackie or Jackie. And there's also this thing media no ride on. Say, that's all your bebunu. She even said the video forever is a projection of a future love life. So future love life is a tape of video in there. And then no don't catchy. So I share what sense in answer. Because Charlie, who they share video no wedding gown be our share. Oh, wedding gown be no. Yeah, as Brantipa. Yeah, I don't do gender-based analysis. Yeah. Oh, your band TDA. Oh, yeah. Creative space, no, yeah. They all in creative work and it's me. I don't give special treatment for bar. I mean, no seat should be reserved for just being a woman. You need to have some qualities. Position be musa. So, more money then me who be my future love life na. Asa, money now on videos ni. So I wish her all the best. I'm very happy say, you know, why BBC and it's telling parents no omo motonyum dada. Now I've heard a lot of people say me dem me ba antonyum. Me dem me ba mbo football. Me dem now take example from Nane Champo and how all supporting a ban and then all the best to her. I me wish so big take Ghana app. Say Grammy ni yes connections. Yeah. They say baby on nama son ni I see him be distributing you there. I hope so or they will be bad.
Nana, Mami Tio.
So let me tackle from this angle, sir. First of all, every new artist coming into the industry, especially the younger generation now, they come with a certain mindset of, I'm not doing the music. I'm not in a hurry to become an A-list artist. I'm doing the music as something that I like to do. If it works out, hallelujah. If it doesn't work out, I still have something to follow. When they get a chance and by grace they get to break and they see that there's certain potential in milking revenue that can take care of them for the long run, then they begin to tilt towards the music and take it serious. We've seen how a certain young guy called Kosiata, out of nowhere, got a BET nomination and became a home name instantly in Ghana, right? So Jackie's case is like that. Jackie, I can pardon her with her video and even the music because at the time that she was doing those projects, it was all about love for music. What am I saying? Don't forget that the song that was picking up was Never Like This. Never like this, so never. It wasn't even Forever. Forever came as a result from TikTok and the Instagram Reels. That people started jumping to it to use it as small skits on TikTok. And then it became a sensation. And that's how she probably was designed to get her blessing. So she got it through social media. She got free Wi-Fi into Nigeria and got free airtime in Nigeria, and then it became a household. I had friends in Lagos who were sending me the song, asking me if I've heard it. And I said, oh, no. And they'd be like, oh, a certain girl called Jackie, you know, and I asked them, where is she from? And then some of them said Nigeria, some of them said Ghana, you know, they're trying to, it's like how the Mr. Easy conversation always comes up. Yeah. Did she have to go to Nigeria? Personally, I would say no. Because when you make a move of such nature, you have to go all out. Because you see, this is how musicians and investment, this is how we think as investors. Right now you are hot, we can record the song. If you don't drop the project whilst you are hot, and I have to drop it later, and you are not hot, I will drop the record. I will not release it. I'll keep it in my bag. I'm sitting on a conversation right now where certain Nigerian artist who was hot about a year ago, now not hot, trying to get a feature from a Ghanaian artist who is hot, and it's not happening. because the mathematics didn't see. That's how musicians think.
So what were you expecting Jackie to do?
I was expecting that. First of all, let me applaud her team for keeping her grounded, for keeping her going, and for managing her, ego and all that kind of thing. Because it's not easy. A young girl seeing film. Your father might be a legend, but you have not experienced it. You understand? If your father had told you that once upon a time, I'm not going to you haven't experienced it. Now you're experiencing it. So I applaud her team. I would have expected that she would have done all the songs that she's doing, the collabos and everything, shot the videos and everything. Then I enter Lagos, do and release a project in Lagos. Because Omalay's verse on Forever has got mixed reactions and all that. It's normal. And with time, those people who are not enjoying it, they will come and enjoy it. It's fine. But imagining a certain new song from Jackie released in Lagos with another Nigerian artist, it will jump her pricing to another level. And then Nigerians will actually hold it. Like a reverse of what Mr. Easy did to us. Mr. Easy came here, did a collabo with Efia, stayed there for a minute, poof, became a household name in Ghana. He could have released a song on his own and do the promotions, but he had to tap into certain power play to get us to love him. So at a point, people thought Mr. Easy was Ghanaian. When I say Ghana means Nigeria, he was in Ghana when Olamide then flew from Nigeria to Ghana. Yeah. And then he had to drive to the airport and join Olamide Dems to come into the country because no harder than. What am I saying? So like a reverse of that marketing would have made sense to me personally. So we could have done the remix, done the video, right? MTV premiere, sit on MTV, talk about it with Omale, get that affiliation seal sign, not a half affiliation. What am I saying? In your video, you got to MTV, you got to Hip TV, you got to all the Sound City. Now you premiere video with you and I. Now for the main 70 kakra in the Lagos market. Because if you all know how media toys, it's conversation after conversation. Like she said, somebody might vibe with you, you will leave, watch the video, the making or not until I say who me that. The person would have expected that you have a certain class of video to accompany such a big song. But also now we are video before you had your break. What am I saying? So I felt that she could have done that mathematics well before she moved. But she moved. Did it work? Yes. Are people loving her? Yes.
Did the Nigerian blogs even put her out? I didn't really.
Yeah, because like I'm saying, she didn't cement.
The impact wasn't that huge.
She didn't cement the process well. Because
you agree that it is this same Nigeria tour that has sort of put the spotlight on her
in Ghana.
Okay,
but not in Nigeria.
Not in Nigeria.
Okay. That's what I'm saying. Say, Mr. Easy is not the Hi, let's break it down. First, Happy Kojo, Bankulize. Raise the name small. Esihene and Efia skin tight. Boom, shut down, banger hit. Stayed here a bit, sat on Ghana TV, sat on Ghana radio, did the promo. So the Ghanaian few say, if one a queen of music is working with this artist, then you say this artist be dope. So reverse of that, Omale is the biggest thing right now. Okay. One of the biggest in Nigeria right now. The song needs a video.
Yeah.
The song doesn't have a video.
To do justice to the old video.
They didn't need to record the song. Yeah. They did it probably over email and everything. So we could have shot the video. When I come to Lagos,
your premiere is there.
We work. Now, when we are going to the interview, you have to find a way of striking a deal that Omale will come with you for the remix interview. Because while he's working with you, people were even bashing Omale that he never tweeted the full answer, but he did a quoting of the tweet from Jackie. So it tells you that there's a certain part where Jackie is the one probably like pushing the agenda, not from the Nigerian artist side.
Okay.
That's why some people were against her going to Lagos because see, Lagos you can't take it. If I go arms ready, you know, like Sak would do a whole album, go to London and go and play to the MTV guys in London, and show all the videos and have a plan on how they can push the music on their platform. That's how you go to some of these places because once Okwana that's also it's very difficult. And music is tricky. Yeah. Now, this is the problem I have. I pray to every Ghanaian that nobody puts a benchmark on Jackie. Nobody compares her to all the big arts like Becca, Adina, Efia, all the Yaya and all those ones. I also beg them that if her next song comes and it's not Us Forever, please don't kill her career. It's music. It doesn't mean that she's losing her skills or she's losing her creative prowess. It doesn't mean anything. It's just music. A boom. Elsewhere, did this over a year before even releasing next project. But Hano, she will be forced to drop another song, and the ears that will follow that song. Oh, son, I really listen. I'm not focused on the remix. Yeah. As if said the girl has even done something wrong. All of a sudden, the girl that we were all hailing now became the troll on Twitter because Obi said, "And you name meeting standard." The tweet, I agree with. That apology tweet was unnecessary. And we here because and you forever I'm going to see Ghana we have for a camera sick about this year. Yeah, hit the street, 10 people. I'm sure 8 have never heard Forever song before. What am I saying? It wasn't necessary for that tweet. Say, you are apologizing to Obiabu.
Obiabu, I wanted to go for break, but what can Obiabu?
So Obiabu.
But topic na ke be discuss after the break no. O de yenko break no mra. Se yakoba ye be kan Obiabu no. We'll be back after this short break.
Me from TV3 incident to juicy me na me first a plan me who say beef me who say as am plan here because I say a back for my TV3 buy ya boom yeah na ko yiti ya me patcho o patcho say o patcho Obiabu.
Okay, some time ago Nana Nayauti has said, so who video now, of course, now Kwame does it, baby, and Nayauti, Nana Nayauti has said. And we're discussing Sister Fierce beef with Fela Makafui, Eno, Frida Rhymes, I almost say Mano. The first time he was a my rap battle, and you over whom Omonium titles, no be argument done. They were body shaming. Vida 2 was on one of the discussions. I remember. Yeah, because of the body shaming bit. Yeah, I remember. Sister Fiasco almost share.
Metia same way, no. The Mekana said this is so unnecessary for Sister Fia to say at this time. Apparently, if you recall, when we were doing the year in review, I did caption this and beef ne wasem say the beef of the year. Yeah. Because omo outsmarted and ranty, and it wasn't just a 24-hour release of music, good rap music. With videos. But then omo the videos telling the Yaponos, Gbena Boos, the Shatawales how it's done. What am I saying? Yeah. And people were vibing with it. We saw Sister Fia or Kokun Toka or TV3 or live TV. Yenya no nko Frida Rhymes any. Why do you come out to say way was planned? And she says that she picked up a phone to call girls, no? And now she's talking about the fact that or shoot or carrier up when they didn't come back to say thank you to you. I mean, what kind of nonsense is this at this time? Oh, yeah, Tikroma. Any tea say, yeah, was some soul to ghost writer beer or natural or rap mao. And funny enough, when you show beer so uncle can same way say, Fela show sooner, Okokano. A bibia mo ye na mo dia ma show ni ratings and I say rap near trauma on a sedan hona kodanana. I'm just trying to put. I'm just trying to put 2 and 2 together. And see what's my say? Is it a deliberate thing? Say because show yeah, I feel into the me throw bomb where no biya akoshe say we show because na sa show no so nipa kro no no than in chances of so two man and you be on a troll rap ni ma wana. Now, Sister Fia, I'm telling you this. So, we feel say wabua eno career. We feel say we wabua Frida Rhymes career. Wabua because na me say beef na course na. We na the greatest loser. Because one, there was talk say enyom na choice. So the originality of the Sister Fia we know no. And Kofo who say a fall short. Secondly, no so no oba train say temper. obia bebo din akaiwa okai wo say otu nwum yi a osai kai say wo yo bia wuni akoma live show empanifo wo honom na mama ground obia bunum oman mu
ebia na nyina ye part of the plan
there be go there and fight but no say ade a enye usu no I mean ye dey show unsa say ya it's difficult for you to execute it I don't think anya fi the rhymes mum na answer kan say okoto twede Shaya Beck ni Kewa asemi. Out of nipa 8 what highly spiritual label no so no. Wo ya Beck uni yi wo say go and destroy Kewa. And I also so we Jimmy anti ojitu No, I mean I'm just citing an instance. And out of the 8 people on the label no yenya obia say wo na dey destructive agenda we share on say koya na. And no na me related to Sister Fiade. E ma no me miensa. Obi any why you cast on TV3 as part of the plan. Una aje to ho so Queen Solomon. Wo koton sa. Na ehun say yes plan ya any year na. You see me na ansa na edi dwumedi e be hye won sa no. I know say you have some character traits hidden somewhere. And this had no conforming. Enti na edi hye won sa no. So for me, she was the greatest loser. The biggest winner was Eno. I mean, no more rap powers be within her. We all know so it was there. But this thing really hit hard. Now, Mami Enui, Eno, and Frida Rhymes, if they come out to say, Rabba, you didn't call any of us. You didn't tell us to plan this. They'll make a fool out of you. If there's no documents to show, if there's no phone conversation to show, if there's no text message to show, and they come out to say, oh, you're truthful. We didn't plan anything with you. Arguments we fine.
Argument done.
It's in same hunu bi wo ho a ya bo abaso wo same hunu ho a mempre embe ye se wo na ye hwan na emeda wa so bie ni asede bi odin da o obie ni asede bia
Nana anyway, I think the last time we were having a conversation and then Arnold mentioned said what's national planning beef, there is no sense in coming out to say we plan and then.
Omo be ya na beef ne outliving irrelevance. Na fe ya he.
Why I can't say I didn't say it doesn't make sense. Even though I would want to get your view on whether or not, and I know definitely, even though you've not spoken, I know you say it doesn't make sense. Let me predict. But does it appear to you that it was planned? If it was planned, did they execute it? Let the people know, I mean, for people not to think, say, I do a crime almost as I know, which maybe say a boy, so, na sister fear, ebia, you be condemn, said it, by that condemn.
Right here. Okay, so after Sister Fia and Enone on beef, do you know what happened to Eno's album? Have you checked it?
She dropped an album.
Check her Instagram page. Send something.
Album.
Yeah, check.
I didn't know she had dropped an album.
Do you know that Frida also dropped a song after the
Saucy, yeah.
Saucy was the collaboration that they had. I don't know if any of them dropped an album though.
A cousin.
Rising can cry for some weeks and a Sunday.
And say na album baby. Wait my check it. Now, Sister Fiam. Obiambuno. Obiantiano. What am I saying? Obiantian, oh, say, una colabofi.
Me babetian.
Now we are there. Na Mumbusano. Maybe I will shusha at the corner. No, back I say. Oh, Daddy, it's in Sister Ama's room. How did they get there? No, I can say we be on one of coffee, not there. Look up to. And some of your betian. Stay Biantian. Stay Biambo. Say
Biam provoke. That is why I'm saying there's a soul-to-home connection to this whole thing.
What am I saying? I don't fault her. All the things probably she had tried to do after the beef. Expectation now it be a opposite winyan. Yeah, it didn't get there. So the thinking would be that spark another World War II and get a certain leverage back. That's how me I see it. She didn't need to come and say planned beef. She didn't need to come and say she called the girls. But elsewhere, there are examples where people have come out to speak that they've planned beefs in America, hip hop community, you know, like after so many years, they come out to say that they ask them, "Oh, you and this guy in beef, what's up?" I say, "Oh no, it was planned. You know, we didn't have anything, blah blah." You know, it's normal. But at this point in time, nobody call you, nobody beats you. What am I saying? You are actually painting a picture for your fans to lose trust in your next move. Even though in Ghana, what she said, majority of people don't care about what she said. Yes. In Kenya, no politician will win election in this country. So it's funny for me because when person can't say because I'm like, I'm not so believe that. I don't believe you. See, I need to. I don't think, first of all, the ghostwriter is ISM. It's not medical. Because I had it. It's ISM, rapper ISM. Only Stefia, the ghostwriter.
What confirm?
Oh yeah. ISM confirmed on a show.
Oh, okay.
On Sunny Flex TV.
But it can also be another move to sway the attention from
medical. No. Oh, ISM would not.
Oh, Massa, we are in this game.
No. ISM, listen, rappers are very peculiar because if the rapper was not good, he won't come out to say something natural. That's what I'm saying.
But my issue is Sister Fia was saying, me and I'm trauma there.
Okay, I get
you understand?
I'm coming there.
Maybe you also part to make
in Ghana,
right? But we understand that there are songwriters. And in the trauma, come on, you are flexible. I'm trauma. I mean,
and
then friend says, "Ni beef, nyomono." Bisan so bet me atwa.
Alright, to go on a try.
Friend Sean Rambe to
Now, I don't think Eno and Frida Rhymes will have to say thank you to Sister Fia. I don't think so.
True.
I think that is, even if it wasn't planned or was planned, everybody has benefited what they had to benefit from the whole conversation. I mean, why should I come and say thank you? I also boosted your numbers. In Kawaii and I can make few way. What am I saying? In Kawaii and I can make few way. Send the obiti me do like another panning fino. No with trim.
Yeah.
Because me bob so then how no so boom no so trash no. And see, for the fact that I also responded to you and the thing jumped up means that I also have some level of influence. It got people's interest. If I didn't have that level of influence, nobody would have been interested in the first place.
Okay.
What am I saying? So the thank you part is uncalled for. I think she's just saying it to make her feel supreme over the woman, that she triggered certain emotion and it got them to spark. What am I saying? Yeah. So maybe that's where she's coming from.
Okay.
Let's talk about the Fela McAfee platform.
Quick one under 1 minute.
I don't think she said it probably to jump the show. Because the trailer alone of that show had over 13K viewers. The first episode had over 80 to 90K with Dr. Likey or Mr. Likey. What's his name?
Likey.
Like Mr. Likey. What am I saying? So the show is something that is picking up on its own. And don't forget, the host herself is quote unquote in the middle of a lot of drama.
But
but let me come and say, show night or course.
Thank you.
It's a right? So what I should say that, okay, my did I tell me not showing trendy. What am I saying? So the best trendy, because Sony is doing well already. But not because of me and I some back
it's not true. It's not true. It's not true.
And never my episode in and yes, so
but people will hear about the show because wherever we discuss, we've mentioned the Fela show like 3 times or so.
People hear. Don't get me wrong. People hear things every day. They forget every day. Let's say, the rest of my tax I see in change so I demand free. Obi a din. As I say no, we have to when I look for I make a hole because how there personal to
me. On that score. Because more as presenters, we interview stars every day. I mean, so also Trigmatic in Bra like the other time now Wahana. We've interviewed Trigmatic like 1 million times on across major every platform. But then as a presenter, also on a pastor interview be I interview da. you hope say you be able to draw something from him on Kanda. And that is what you ride on as a presenter.
No,
you
that
hope.
agree, but see,
if fella was able to draw some point, from it only jumps up the numbers because Obianim says the fear about JJ or freelanding and what else?
Okay, so this is what I'll say. We'll wait for fella's next show. The reason I'm saying this is because I'll use delay as an example, right? The platform has been built over time. So but it's not delay, so you're even guaranteed that you blow. Let's be sincere. Me, I've put an artist on delay show before, and I went to check her YouTube comment. Delay brought me here. Boom, delay brought me here. Yeah. Delay brought me here. Yeah. So all I'm saying is that particular episode, yes, it will jump. People hear and forget every day. People, this industry we are inside, people hear and forget every day. Let me be very honest with you. Them people not be here, not be discussing. I'm telling you.
Okay.
What am I saying? Right. So it's not because fella wants to jump. It's a show. I trigger a man for.
I'm surprised you are saying this.
Yes. Let's just I don't want us to. I don't want people to attach certain things to the show now. Will be so building because of that. What am I saying?
Quick one. Let's do this one in 5 minutes. Director Signal. The 3 music awards also this weekend. I know you're a member of the academy.
Yeah. Our influence. Influence one it. Shout out to the influencers.
So let me. I'll come to you for your predictions. Don't talk to Ebia, but Mami Musa said so far the road to the finals.
Yeah.
Let's be snappy on this.
It's been an eye opener for me. Because for the very first time, you say nominees announcement, you are setting up a stage, board to her, and industry players were and you busa why this, why that. I didn't know wait to me make a number to be in the artist of the year category. Why did this do? And we got answers, and I'm GDC will be na or or Shena, satisfied with why they chose who to be in a particular category. And you know, say other award schemes, they be controversy driven near there, but we are hoping say away from controversy, but then there will be quality, any in a creative ejuma
influencers,
creative ejuma, a headline talk no. Then I'm making the women's branch for instance. We had a performance from Yaya which was brilliant. I mean, Nuntina and Kofu Bebe cry busa said Dintina yeah posty friend saying Grammy Akweka the same. Burna Boy performance on our social media handles when Yaya performance was equally a Grammy quality kind of performance. For once, Yenya award scheme at least women's branch focus on Emma ewo industry you discuss challenges obi a waye bi pen tete for no free rama bedu besi enne Emma there's been a transition. And Yenya discuss it, and I was very enthused to see that. Now, I was also part of the diary sessions. I mean, category by category, we break it down, and the reason why this person is supposed to be nominated. And I mean, it's been an eye opener. I was actually present during the taping of Yaya's performance. Now, if you see the bare floor like this studio being transformed into a forest setting. Masa, easy. So I salute Sadiq. He's a rare gem, Chale, creative mind neso. And I'm calling on sponsors. Wow, what's the person the share the time is here. I mean, you can do that with 3 Music. Nenya dia, I mean, you sure say unsabesi form. A few days ago, so me home performances be maybe so I'm not permitted to spill the beans, but Chale, it will be worth your time. Saturday, 27th March, Chale. 3 years spend you, and it feels like our order competing with a much bigger brand that Eddie over 2 decades. So kudos to the team. You're showing him say the about to be and so be match up to near or more.
Nana, I'm too. Send your share by the idea.
Oh, we know one can be
Do you want us to say the truth or you want us to be political?
Say the truth. Say what you want to say.
I wish them all the best. And I hope that the show goes well. Yeah.
And
you see, there's a problem in this country. Let me tell you something about this country. Right, these days, I don't fear anybody. When I speak and what I'm saying, 2/3 of the people in the certain sector who are part of the academy voting don't understand what I'm saying. My head will be on the chopping board. I'm a businessman. I wish them all the best.
They don't understand what the music academy phone and understand it.
Because she's not the only person I've heard.
They don't like the fact that you are bashing.
No, I'm not bashing.
Okay, you are subjecting the scheme to.
It's not bashing. On xylophone, I was asked a question. I've listened to young people who are linked to the 3 Music Awards speak, and it comes out as though a certain Ghana Music Awards
no,
it hasn't done well. It's not.
I didn't
well.
say that.
For the first time, we've seen an award scheme doing so and so, and we've seen an award scheme doing so and so. Bruh, Saturday 27th, a young guy is doing an amazing job. We will all watch on TV to support him. Okay. We will be there. We wish them all the best.
Disclaimer.
And an amazing show. That's what we await.
Okay.
Disclaimer. I haven't said here say Obi ya DJ Obi. I haven't said that.
Play back the
what I said was that controversy.
You're not the only
Listen,
person. It's not wrong though. It's your opinion.
Nana 18. Nana
young
18.
people attached to the music awards.
Listen. What I said was that controversy are driving particular brand be for long. I will not mention names, please. You don't want to get into an argument with me because baby something else. What I'm saying is that controversy are driving, and controversy in a selling brand so. It doesn't mean say controversy in the performances in Koso. Performances Koso. Kofo voting ma get to aba. But at least say higher controversy yenya before François attention be shifted to other things. It's I'm even calling on more. Say your Ghana Music Awards USA. And also be banti be brain into way for controversy. Now we have a friend is saying kikebi mami. Now we have a way. Now if I'm in industry ni I get there because ejuma na hard work. It's your reward from all angles, sir. All the better.
Okay, quick one.
Yes. I say your argument. I don't argue with people.
Okay.
But let me say this. We show now or tape now. Towards the ending part of the conversation, that is her point. Play that part again for people to watch. Saying that you're not the only person, and it's not wrong. Listen.
No.
I don't have an issue with all the young people affiliated to the scheme that are speaking highly of it. I also disagree. I'm just saying that I've heard young people in that line trying to discredit another scheme that has been in the space for over 2 decades. And it's sometimes exciting because if you are 1 out of 5, 1 year,
See, Abrantipa, the last year's women's branch, I think Madame Teresa Yawode was also part of the guest who spoke to women. I mean, since that's the beauty of it. But as on handle VGME, but she's called upon to support the women's branch of 3 Music. I mean,
just 2 categories. Just give me your list with no explanations and all that. So artists of the year.
But he is also an academy. He has voted.
Oh wow! Okay.
Stop this. I mean,
young people.
Oh, artist of the year.
Why are you like this?
Kwame Eugene Stonebwoy is called the Kidi Adina, Dinah Hamilton.
I want to see if I have my list.
Medical family. Just give me your top 2.
Top
Nana
2.
Ready, Anna.
Nana ready.
Nana ready. Top 2. Just mention.
I have only 1.
Okay, 1.
Stonebwoy.
Okay.
Oh, he can have 1, but I can have 1.
Vida.
What's he say?
Kwame Eugene Stonebwoy is called Kidi Adina, Dinah Hamilton Medical family. Kwame Eugene Stonebwoy, Sarkodie, Kidi Adina, Dinah Hamilton Medical family.
I think it has to for the top 3.
Top 2.
Top 2. Okay. Stonebwoy. And I say Yeah, Sebo. Stone boy. Oh, family.
I've seen who she go there.
Oh, family.
She didn't mention the person she went there for.
Okay. Song of the year.
Now, wait. Give me your top two. Give me your top two.
Listen now. Dear Metuma and I say Metuma.
No, to cheer.
Me creme some review. It's Song of the Year. Kwame Eugene and
Song of the Year.
Confused. Open gate. Song of the Year. Keche featuring Kwame Eugene. No Darling. Mr. Drew featuring Creamy. Mr. Drew, Creamy and Sako the Kiddy, Say Cheese. Enjoyment by Kiddy. Kwame Eugene. Open Gate. Darko Vibes featuring King Promise in a song.
Song of the Year
featuring Prince of Bookback fame. Ofechon Medical La Hoslo Nessa Lau. Dan Hamilton Adom Dead People featuring Rich Kent or Time Hunu. Kweku Flake Money Sobolo by Stoneboy. Nana.
Sarkodie Prince Vibes Ofechon. Biggest song of the year according to their calendar.
Right.
2019 to 2020.
Vina.
I'll pick two. I'll go for Darko Vibes and then Enjoyment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we hope to see how.
Oh, say a secret. My vote is my secret.
Or display a secret bank.
Why are you like this, Nanaya? Why are you like this?
Joe, Yapon, thank you for watching. Nanea Radio is with oneplayafrica.com, aka Nanea 18. By the Richmond Boatin is a.
They should follow me on Instagram.
Yes, Instagram is
Vivid 003.
Okay.
Maybe I can be a Vivid.
003. Nana.
003.
And I say, oh, I bet you.
Nana, Instagram.
Instagram, but what's my follow One Play Africa? I know,
Mate, follow us on Instagram at the GhanaWeb, Twitter at the GhanaWeb, same on Facebook, and our YouTube is GhanaWeb TV. Remember, we still have our activities for the commemoration of our 22nd anniversary. There's a road safety campaign. Wherever you are, if you see anything that poses a threat or danger to the safety on the road, just film it, send to us, or at newswires at GhanaWeb. Newswires at GhanaWeb.com email. Let's all help solve the issue of road accidents in Ghana. Remember, many lives are being lost. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantipa. Thank you for watching Bloggers Forum.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the word next.
Yeah, I don't think that.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
It's our last episode of People and Places with focus on the people of Ikuapem and their history. We've learned a lot so far, but let's see what this last segment has for us. Our guest is still Nana Ado Kwata, the Asafo Kuntihene of the Ikuapems. Nana, let's talk about chieftaincy. Who is qualified to be a chief?
Okay. Among the royal family members, we have what we call elders and the Obushapeni. If it is on a matrilineal line, then the women folk, they have a leader whom we termed as a Brewetia.
Okay.
Then we have the elders or the women elders whom we call Miampenfu.
Okay.
So the Abiwetia together with Miampenfu sits. They sit down to select one of their children or the royals whom they think is fit for the stool.
Okay.
Based on certain qualities and clarifications. For example, that person, if by reducing it to a level, if he's an uncle, a nephew, or grandson, or that in that order, or his matrilineal mother is the oldest among the sisters, they pick from that area. In short, there is a family tree to trace and find the one suitable for the stool.
Okay. But how did this system come to place? Who decided that it's the Abriwatia and the Imiam Penyifu who should decide who the king or the chief should be?
Okay. In every royal house, in order not for confusion to ensue, you know, they sat down during the olden times and came out with a plan that this is how things must be done so that peace and tranquility will prevail in all the houses.
Okay. Now we know the role of the Abriwatia.
Yes, sure.
Does the Ikuapem system have queen mothers?
Yes.
And if they do, who are they and what is their role?
The queen mother. The queen mother is in charge of all the women folks in the township.
Okay.
But in Ikuapem, the queen mother doesn't have that authority to nominate somebody from a ruling house.
Who is the queen mother?
The reason being, all our stools, houses, are on rotational basis.
Okay.
We are not on one line. We are on rotational basis. For example, I gave mine as an example. I'm from Buaf. My respected uncle, the Queen of Ekwapim, the senior divisional chief, he is from Achiman.
Okay.
Now the Queen Mother is from Achiman. So this Queen Mother don't know S in Buaf. He don't know S. So he cannot come into Buaf and select somebody to be a chief. If you ask her, who is my grandmother, he doesn't know. See what I'm saying? But the Abriwetia from my house knows everybody in the house. And he knows the right person to be on the throne. So the Abriwetia has the capacity to nominate somebody from the house.
So the Abriwetia is more powerful than the Queen Mother?
No. The Queen Mother is powerful than the Abriwetia. But when it comes to instrument, selection of candidate, Abriwetia has his role. He is to elect that person, nominate that person to the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother is an elector.
Okay.
Is an elector. In this world, we can never get a nominee and elector at the same time. You can nowhere can somebody be a nominee and elector at the same time. That is despotic. You can't do that anywhere, the whole world. So somebody has to nominate, and you go and do verification if the person qualifies to be on the throne, and that is the election.
Okay. So the Abriwetia will nominate for the Queen Mother.
Yes.
And the Queen Mother does her investigations.
I was nominated by my Abriwetia. She nominated me and gave me to my Ebusuapenyi, and my Ebusuapenyi took me to the Queen Mother and told the Queen Mother, the Kuntinyama, that this is the candidate we prefer to be the Osafoyene of Kurunti Division. The Queen Mother will sit and say, okay, Osafoyene is a bad guy. Once upon a time, he was in prison from 1973 to 1989. He has been in prison more than, that sort of thing. He cannot be. Then you will call the Abriwetia again, your candidate is rejected. You have another 2 chances. So he is to bring another person again. But the Queen Mother cannot come into the Buafopenyi house and say that instead of me, he prefer my younger brother. No.
Because she doesn't know.
He doesn't know the people there.
The people in the house.
He doesn't know them. No. Okay. It's never done anywhere, and you shouldn't encourage it at all. Okay. That is my beef.
Okay. So you mentioned that the Abriwetia has 2 more nominations if the Queen Mother rejects one.
Yes.
After those 2 are also rejected, then what happens?
If the 2 are, definitely the 2 will not be rejected. Okay. Definitely one will get the nod to be installed. Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
But
if the 2 is rejected, then it must go to her house again. That means this house doesn't have any candidate.
But that doesn't happen. It hasn't happened.
Normally, that's never happened.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. But I want to know who the Queen Mother is and how she's selected.
The Queen Mother is also selected in the same line. The Abriwetia nominates one of the females.
In a particular house.
In a particular house.
Okay.
And offer him to the kingmakers for verification and scrutinize and everything, and she is accepted. Period. That is how we Ekwapims we know. We have this Abriwetia system. It has been there since time immemorial. The Ashantis are different from us when it comes to this line of chieftaincy. They are from one house. Only the people from the Osei-Tutu dynasty are ruling. So you know them. But ours is Oforukuma came with his sisters. 3 sisters. See what I'm saying? And the 3 sisters are separate. the Amoja, the Nkatia, and the Sechiabia. And for 300 years. So how can you come from Amoja and detect that this person from Sechiabia is supposed to be a chief?
So those 3 sisters are the 3 stools?
Yes.
The 3 houses?
The 3 houses. The gates.
Okay.
Yes.
That the Okuapehini comes from?
That's it.
Okay. And the same for the Queen Mothers
too? For the Queen Mothers too.
Those 3 houses?
Yes, 3 houses. Okay. So currently the Queen Mother is at Nketia. When it's not there, that is not what we wish. But when it's not there today, it goes to Sechiabia. Because it's on rotational. It goes to Sechiabia. In the same vein, the Abriwetia will nominate somebody among the female royals to be on the throne. It's as simple as that. Very simple and straightforward.
Okay. So talking about...
Being royals, most times we are difficult. That is our lifestyle.
Okay. So then let's talk a little about what happened with the installation of this Okuapehini.
Yeah, sure.
What went wrong?
Something went wrong. Something went wrong. The only thing some of us saw is Queen Mother entered into that house and picked somebody. He's supposed to have allowed them to do their own selection.
And bring it to her.
Bring it to her. That's all. It could be A, it could be B, it could be C. Let them fight there for 1 year. Kill themselves. They will come out to one person at the end of the day. And we are ready to accept that person.
So it wasn't in her place to have
No,
done that?
Wrong. Wrong.
So what's, after the whole thing, have things been cleared with the Abriwetia and the Queen Mother?
Yes, because at the end of the day, the court is the highest order. The court has ruled. So we all support what the court said.
But I mean, traditionally, is there peace between both camps?
The Queen Mother and
the Abriwetia? No, and the Abriwetia.
And the Abriwetia.
Yes.
There's supposed to be peace. I don't see anything wrong. And bet me, it could be so, but in about 3-4 months later, everything will be all right.
So what's this thing I hear about some people bringing rams and it's being refused and all of that?
My lady is taking me into a very massive, controversial issues. You heard of rams and whatever, snaps and whatever,
Yeah.
you know. I think the authority is looking for peace.
Okay.
Peace must prevail in the Okuapehini. I don't see anything wrong. They didn't do anything wrong.
Okay.
But the misinterpretation of the whole issue brought these troubles and whatever we had.
Okay.
It's just unfortunate.
Okay.
Maybe the presentation wasn't done well, or maybe people misconstrued the idea of the whole thing, which I cannot say because I don't know much about that area.
Okay. All right.
But all what I know is the authority is trying to pacify for peace to prevail, which didn't work out.
Okay.
But I don't know much about who requested for what or who did what. So that one is above me.
All right. Let's get back to the issue of chieftaincy.
Yeah, sure.
How many chiefs have you had, the Ikuapems, and who has been your oldest so far?
The current one is the 24th. Yeah. And the oldest is Osiadio Nanado Dankwa.
How old was he? Okay.
Yes. He ruled for 41 years.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And at what age did he become chief?
At the age of 44.
Okay.
At the age of 44.
That was the oldest chief?
Some of them came
at a more older age. But he ruled the oldest?
Yes, he ruled for long.
Okay.
41 years, yes.
All right. Let's take a short break. We'll be back to learn more about chieftaincy and other issues.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're denying funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Welcome back. This is still People and Places, and before the break we were talking about chieftaincy and how the selection process is supposed to be. We continue the conversation. Nana, Oseadoyo Kwesi Akufo II. Can you please tell us about him and his role as the Okuapehini, especially seeing that he's the youngest on the paramount seat so far? Yeah.
Okay. Oseadoyo Kwesi Akufo is a man of many parts. First of all, he schooled in Ghana, went to United States, and graduated from one of the good universities, gained unemployment, and proceeded to do his master's. But then intervention came in, he has to come down for this great job. He has been around for the past 3 years because of this litigation and whatever that has delayed so many things. But eventually, he has got the nod to be the Okuapehini. He is our overlord, and he oversees the whole of Okuapehini. All the Okuapehini states is under his care. And we all respect him and we give him that mandate to rule us. Oseadoyo Kwesi Akufo gained an employment even in Ghana during the litigation time with the UN as a youth ambassador. And there again, he played an extraordinary role there. I said that he's a man of many parts because with his youthful exuberance, he can enter into so many spheres. And we can see how about just 6 weeks on his ascension to the imperial throne, how people coming from all angles with business and with other things, I mean, trying to boost Okuapman or bring Okuapman to a standard. That is what all of us we are looking up to. A leader who can carry the mantle and go before. And I think he has all the qualities he deserves. We pray that he will continue like this for Okuapehini to get to the top.
Okay, let's go back a little into history, or a little back in time. So we had Nana Kwesi Akufo the first, who left over a period, came back, and was made Abebu. Okay. This current Okuapehini is Kwesi Akufu, the second. Is he not supposed to be the third?
Okay, that thing came up. Some of us, it was a bit controversial, but I think the mistake, or whatever they call it, was from the National House of Chiefs, that is supposed to be the third. But some of us still didn't like it, because the man who came first and came second was the same person. So we don't see the reason why this one coming as the third, because it has happened before. Nana Kwamfuri Okuapehini was distilled. First we had Kwamfuri the first. When he died, then Nana Kwesi Akufu came. Then we had Nana Kwamfuri the second, and he was distilled. He went and came back again as Kwamfuri the second.
Okay.
The books are there. So we don't see why they tackle it this way. But we'll still argue out and see what will happen. Because it has happened before. And the records are there.
Okay.
There are arguments. I think we are to work it out very well. Yeah.
But when Kwesi Ofori the first, Kwesi Akufu, the first left, within the 10-year period, who was filling his seat?
Nano Furukuma came in.
Okay.
Nano Furukuma came in. When he was distilled, Nano Furukuma came in. And after Nano Furukuma, then he came back again in 1920.
What had happened to Nano Ofori?
Furukuma also was distilled.
Okay.
You see, during that period, distillment was very frequent. That's why we see Osiadioyo Adodankwa III as a peacemaker, a man who actually brought Okuapman to a level unprecedented. To me, he's one of the best chiefs ever. Osiadioyo Adodankwa III. Because Okuapem, you see, it's not an easy group. We are a heterogeneous society. We have the Guans, the Okiri, the Kamenes, the Eburi, the remnants of Akwemu, and the Akims. And when you sit in a traditional council with such a group, it's not easy. When you go to Achim, Ochinyin is having all of them as Achims. When you go to Asante is having all of them as Asantis. But here, it's not like that. It's not like that. So, our system here is a bit difficult. So, the student before was very frequent. And Osiadioyo managed to hold the fort.
He was even tempted times.
Yes. He managed to hold the fort for 41 years.
Wow.
Credit to that great man.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And I know there's someone called the Okra of the chief.
Yes.
Can you explain that for us?
He is the soul, the embodiment of the chief. That boy sitting in front of him carries the Oboman. And that is the spiritual of Okuapman. He's holding it, he's carrying it, and he sits in front of him. He is the embodiment of Okuapman. Yes, he's the soul of Okuapman.
So he's a very important
important personality, and he's being led by the leader of the Okra. We call it Akrahini. And he is in the traditional system, he is the wife of Okuapehene. He feeds Okuapehene.
Okay.
They eat together. The two of them put their hand in one bowl. Yes.
And how is the okra selected?
Okra is selected. We have special houses that produce
the same way.
The okra. Yeah.
Okay.
And they have a special thing they make into his neck. And in those days, if he goes into somebody's house and you offer him a food and it's not from the chief's parish, that necklace will tear apart. Yes. So always you meet him carrying the thing in his hand. That means he has entered a place and eating, you know, which is unlawful. And that signal that in tree we say he's unlawful. Somebody eating from people's house, you say, yeah. So that is one thing about it.
Can someone refuse to be a chief or an okra or a queen mother?
Yeah, you can refuse. You can refuse. I mean, when the selection, they ask you to come and do it, you can tell them, no, maybe this is my background, I cannot be. Yeah. You know, nowadays, you can see people struggling for. So how do somebody refuse? Refuse. Struggling for it. So.
And the okra?
And
like,
okra.
Before you're born, can you be an okra? Since it's by houses.
It's by houses, and as I'm telling you, the okra, they are selected at a very young age.
At what age?
Between 6, 7, 8, thereabouts. So he doesn't know much.
Okay. Then let's go to major challenges of the Ekuapem people. What would you term as your major challenges?
That's one I gave you, that we are heterogeneous. We are different segments, you see. So that makes it very difficult, many a times. You know, we've been living together for over 300 years. We understand each other very well. There is that brotherhood between all of us. But at a certain point in time, there are disagreements. So that makes things very difficult at times. But we are living very peacefully. We've been coexisting for 300 years. It's not easy thing. But, you know, even twins, they do fight.
Yeah.
So the same thing applies to us.
Okay. Okay. And what can you, as people of Ekuapem, boast of in terms of resources, natural resources? For instance, the Asantes boast of gold. They say Otokoko Sonana and all of that. What resources do you boast of as Ekuapems?
All what I will tell you is, that's why the Ekuapems, we don't waste time in going to school, because that is our only weapon. Now we are being challenged because schooling is all over in Ghana. So now we cannot talk much of it anymore. But previous years, all teachers in Ghana were from Ekuapem. Every school in Ghana in about 20, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, are Ekuapems. Yes, but now it has turned because everybody is schooling now. We thank God for that.
How is it benefiting you?
Now we check the current. That's why somebody said Kufuor government is nepotism. Not that. At the time of going in for Chief Justice, my sister qualifies, Sophia qualifies to be a Chief Justice. So, when they were looking for IGP, our brother qualifies to be the IGP. So,
okay.
When they were looking for Chief Attorney General, again my sister Gloria, you know. So I don't see the nepotism people were saying here. But these are people with that qualification to that position. I don't know. I mean, there can be so many people around us, people were putting up, yes. But in line even, I think Sophia qualified at that time to be a Chief Justice. So, what else can we do?
How about cocoa?
We brought the cocoa here from Fenedepo. But our lands were not fertile for it.
Okay.
So it traveled all the way from here to Sefi, to Brongahafo, to Ashanti region. And it is now effective crop in Ghana. But we don't have it here now. That's it. So we cannot talk much about it. Because when you pass through our areas here, we don't have it. But we are living on gravels. So how can you plant cocoa here? It's impossible.
Yeah.
So we planted in certain areas, and even we never, succeed. And our language, the Twi language, the first Bible, everything was in Twi, Ekwapim Twi. It was through there they translated it into Ga, they translated it into Ewe, they translated it to Asante and Akim Twi. You see what I'm saying? Yes, sure. So that is our resources. We don't have gold. We don't have diamond. Even our language, the Ekwapim itself, is going down because the Ashantis are majority. Out of the population of about 30-something million, they alone can boast of about, if I'm not mistaken, about 12 million. And how can 1 million people stand face to face with 12 million people? They will, outclass you.
Yeah.
So, definitely, our Twi, Mepacha Wisi, is gone. Now we're all saying Mese. So, that is that. Because our next neighbor, Jabin, speak Asante. Even the Achims, they are speaking Asante. So, where are we now? Yes.
Before we go though, let's talk about language. What's the language of the Ekwapim people?
Ekwapim Twi. But we have our native languages too. As I said, the Gwans, they speak the Gwan language. The Okere, they speak the Chiripon language. No, but our major language is the Twi, Ekwapim Twi. Yes. But they speak their native languages. But from Ekropong up to Eburi down to Sound, we speak Twi. But they, when they are their various townships, they speak Latin or this thing. But they speak Twi. When you go there, it's Twi that they are speaking. School every day do Twi.
But you have Gwans.
We have Gwans.
Okay.
They have the Latin, the people from Latin and its surroundings.
Okay.
And the Okere, the Chiripons, they also speak their own language. Yeah.
Thank you very, very much. It's been an extensive lecture. And I've learned a lot. I'm pretty sure all our viewers have been educated about everything about the Ekwapims. We are so grateful for having us. Thank you so much. That would be all for today and this edition. We spent a day in the palace of the Kronti Asafohene, Nana Addo Kwata, and he's educated us a lot about the history of the Ekwapim people. Thank you for joining us. Till we meet in the next edition, my name is Wandami Hagan, and this is People and Places.
And principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he
No,
did.
but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today deny funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Wabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
So the modern tools that my colleague is expecting will be fitted, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I'm satisfied with the answer. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, thank you for attending upon the House to answer the question. You are discharged. Yes, Honorable Leader.
Speaker, I seek your leave, Covenant Order 53, for us to vary the order of business and instead of taking statement as agreed, we go on to presentation of papers, after which we'll come back and take the statement. Speaker, with your leave.
You want us to do presentation of papers?
Exactly, Speaker.
Yes, Minority. Very well. The other paper is hereby varied. We'll go to item 6, the commencement of public business. Presentation of papers. Yes, which one?
Speaker, we can begin with 6. And again, I seek your leave to do it on behalf of the Majority Leader.
Yes, item 6A by the Majority Leader. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, I sought your leave to do it for him.
Yes, go ahead.
Budget performance reports in respect of the Office of the Auditor General and the Ghana period January to December 2020.
The paper is duly late. It's for distribution to members. Yes.
Madam Speaker, in respect of 6B, I will have no objection if the Honorable Minister for Local Government can lay that. But we need to be assured. You recall that even as I was concluding the debate, this was a document I needed to make reference to. We didn't have it. It is part of 3 documents which should have preceded the reading of the budget. So table must assure Mr. Speaker that you have copies before we will accept anybody bowing to it. The annual public debt management report. If you go back to your record, on 12 March, it was supposed to have been late. I've followed through table, I've followed through leader. No copy of it was available. So if the Honorable Dambuche can stand in stead of the Minister for Finance to lay it, but I need assurance that it is ready for distribution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The table office has shown me a copy that is in the content already. So, yes, Honorable Minister for Local Government.
Annual Public Debt Management Report for the 2020 financial year.
The paper is duly presented. It's for distribution to members. Yes.
Speaker, 6C.
6C by the Minister for Local Government.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of for the year 2019.
Honourable members, the paper is duly presented. It's referred to the Public Accounts Committee. Now, I need to vary my order in respect of 6B. The annual public debt management report, which was delayed, is rather referred to the Finance Committee to consider and report. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, I conferred with my colleagues and we've come to an agreement that instead of taking the statement, we'll rather take item number 11 on page 4, after which we'll come to statement.
Yes, Honourable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, it is our own budget for Parliament, so we can run through that quite quickly and then come back. But Mr. Speaker, your direction on the annual debt report, I see you are referring it to the Finance Committee. My wish would be that it's distributed for members. It is not just meant for the consumption of members of the Finance Committee. It's a paper which should be distributed for the attention, just like the annual petroleum funds. That would be my view, but I don't know if that is appropriate within our standing orders. To refer it to the Finance Committee, I'm not sure they will look at it and report back, but I'll be guided by practice, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. I think the appropriate thing is for the Finance Committee to review and advise the House. So we think, yes. Item number 11, motion. Yes.
Speaker, I rise to move that this Honourable House approves Speaker, I rise to move that this Honourable House approves the sum of 523,639,774 for the services of Parliament and the Parliamentary Service for the year ending 31st December 2021. Speaker, in so doing, I present the committee's report. I invite the Hansard Department to capture the entirety of the report. Speaker, achievements in 2020. Out of these releases, Parliament undertook key activities related to its core mandate, namely legislation, oversight, and representation. Some of the activities implemented in 2020 were as follows: legislative business, parliamentary oversight, representation. Speaker, in conclusion, in view of the need to strengthen Parliament as a key pillar of Ghana's democracy, the committee recommends to the House to adopt its report and approve the sum of 523,639,774 Ghana cedis for the of some of the programs of the Parliament of Ghana for the year 2021 financial year. Speaker, so moved.
Yes, Honourable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion that this House approve the sum of 523,639,774 for the implementation of some of the programs of the Parliament of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the legislative authority of the state is vested in us. We also exercise the mandate of representation. We exercise oversight over budget, financial scrutiny, approval of loans, and related matters. Mr. Speaker, it's satisfying that particularly for the 2020 period, this House is noted to have passed very significant legislations, and as I refer you to page 6, paragraph 5.1 of your committee's report, the House approved a total of 1,331 papers on various policy proposals. This included 60 bills, 47 legislative instruments, and Mr. Speaker, reports of the Auditor General, and 151 loan agreements. That is significant for our work in 2020. For the 2021 period, Mr. Speaker, the refreshing news is that work will commence on the construction of constituency offices for members of parliament. That to begin with the first 70, and probably the next will follow depending upon the availability of resources. Mr. Speaker, I should commend the Speaker and leadership at least for the exchanges between Parliament and the Office of the President that resulted into some additional allocation for the capex of Parliament to undertake this, so that MPs in their constituencies will not operate in their party offices, but have dedicated offices of state. Because as MPs, you represent not just members of your political, but the citizens within that defined geographical area. Mr. Speaker, we are also assured that Wi-Fi presence is not the best for Parliament. The strength of bandwidth and internet connectivity is low. Some deployment will be done in respect of that. Mr. Speaker, Parliament did well in terms of COVID, preventing and combating it, and the conduct of testing which was done, not just for officers of the parliamentary service, but also for members. Mr. Speaker, our Public Affairs Secretariat, there is some recommendation to up and increase their allocation in order to improve our engagement with Ghanaian citizens to appreciate better what we do as a house. Mr. Speaker, so I wholeheartedly support the motion moved on behalf of the leader. And Mr. Speaker, employees, we've seen some increase, which is to accommodate some anticipated increases arising out of the Article 71 report. So there will be some adjustment, upward adjustment in terms of the incomes, and that accounts for the increase in the compensation budget for Parliament. The fiscal infrastructure project was completed and handed over to us, Mr. Speaker, if you recall. And our legislative function, Mr. Speaker, I support the notion that the Office of Scrutiny and a Budget Act, we should begin working towards it. We should have a Budget Act as it pertains in other jurisdictions for the Parliament of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the amount of time, I've just been reading an Africa report on the approval of the Tema port. And it reveals in their words, they say, an unwitting Parliament. We must depart from wittingness as Parliament and be thorough in demanding value for money. We should have time expended on research to understand that every resource we commit means something to the Ghanaian taxpayer and can be a consequence to the taxpayer. So, Mr. Speaker, the e-Parliament should be deployed in earnest, and will continue to exercise our role as representatives of the people. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Right, Honourable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the motion moved by the Chief Whip and supported by the minority leader. Mr. Speaker, just to make these few points. Mr. Speaker, we thank everybody for allocating this amount of the services of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I want to make these few points. On the amount of money available to support committees to do their oversight work. Mr. Speaker, in last Parliament, it appears many committees could not draw down on monies allocated to the committees for oversight. We always hear that the committees haven't made the application. This time around, committee leadership in every committee would make sure that we make the request to draw down allocations made for committees to carry out their oversight. Mr. Speaker, I'm making this directly to the majority leader, that it is not the case that some committees don't make to draw down their budget for committee work. If this allocation includes our committee allocations, Mr. Speaker, in 2022, when we are doing the budget, let's find out what releases have been given to the various committees in reality, so that we don't make allocations and the money either goes back to government or is reapplied to something. Because our clerks are under pressure. Let's do this. And when they make the request, leadership of parliament tells us there's no money. The transport committee last year, in last parliament, I can count the number of times we made requests to draw down our money to visit sites and other things. On the majority of occasions, we were never approved because they said there's no money. So I hope this budget takes care of that adequately. Mr. Speaker, the second thing I want to talk about is we thank leadership of Parliament and Parliament as a whole for approving that MP should have PA research officer. But Mr. Speaker, it appears what has been their first salary is exactly what they are still taking. Mr. Speaker, it's inappropriate. Parliament or parliamentary service must make the decision to adjust the salaries of our PAs. What they take currently is not capable of work. If we want democracy to grow, it must grow at all levels. So we are suggesting that whatever is paid to our special, PAs is not enough. Adjust it upward so that they can provide better services to us. Some of them, the amount of money they take gets swallowed in transportation over in a month. That is not supposed to be continued. Mr. Speaker, with the 70 MP offices that are supposed to be built, if I work this out, it means one office will be about 640,000. The average 6-unit classroom block under the Coastal Development Authority is 900,000 cedis. What kind of offices are you building for MPs for 640,000? We would like to know the type so that you don't give us anything that is not fit for purpose. We want to know what the design is and what are the facilities in those offices. Is it a porter cabin or something like that? We want to know so that we will see whether the 640,000 is capable of doing that. Mr. Speaker, the last one. Mr. Speaker, it will be appropriate for Parliament to insist on having a master plan of physical development. The piecemeal development of Parliament. Today, we want to do extension to Job 600. The other one, we want to do something for drivers. And we are just dotting things around. Can't we have a proper master plan of Parliament that as and when we have the resources, everybody knows we are moving to this place to build this or this thing. This piecemeal development is not very helpful. So I will urge leadership to see whether we can have a proper physical development master plan for Parliament that everybody can identify with, so that if we are sourcing funds, know we are doing these things in totality. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I encourage colleagues to support this, and hopefully, when these monies are released, particularly committees will be able to have access to their money to do their proper oversight in the 8th Parliament. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to make a few comments, especially in respect of issues that have been raised by colleagues. And first, respond to what has been captured in bullet 8.5, that Ghana has been nominated to host the International Conference on the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association scheduled for 2022. The Speaker, the truth of the matter is that the International Conference has now been pushed to 2023. It's no longer 2022 because Canada, that was hosted 2021, rather for Ghana to host it 2022, has now given indication that it will be hosting rather in 2022. So Ghana now is to host 2023. Speaker, given the COVID circumstances, I think their request makes sense, and Ghana to follow after Canada in 2023. Notwithstanding, Mr. Speaker, we need to begin in earnest preparation towards the hosting of the conference this year. Mr. Speaker, the issue that has been raised by the Honorable Abuja in respect of for one office is also very important. The initial costing that came to us from our own development office was in the region of 450,000. The Speaker, we sat down and did a computation and realized that if you have to provide basic facilities in the 2-3 unit room that we want to develop for the constituency offices, the 450,000 would not be, which is why we increased it to 650,000. It's required to provide some basic facilities. One office for the MP, one for the secretary, and one for the general public. Speaker, maybe a conference facility. And then, of course, some 2 washrooms, some tiling to be done at appropriate places, some basic office furniture, plus some curtaining. Speaker, some maybe a laptop for the MP, an office, a desktop computer for the secretary. I believe 650 should be able to cater for this. So that's the costing, which was done together with our development office. Mr. Speaker, what we must insist is that with the release of the funding, we must commit it to the development of these 70 units. 275 of us, we anticipate that over a 4-year period, we should be able to finish with the 275. That is the anticipation. Speaker, when the money comes, we should ring fence same for the construction of the offices. That is what is intended to be done. Yesterday, we had some information that somebody has gone to sit somewhere and increased the cost to 1.2 million. We will resist it. We should, assure ourselves that nobody sits anywhere and puts any price tag on this. Let the general public not come at us. We are developing a 3-unit facility, and we are saying that it's going to cost us 1.2. It can't happen. And nobody would allow that to happen in Parliament. 650,000, so be it. We'll ring-fence him and dedicate him to the construction of those facilities. Mr. Speaker, the issue about committees drawing up programs and making requests for monies to be released to them. So the problem has always been that monies that come to Parliament, they come statutorily on quarterly basis. We have been striving to have these releases to us on monthly basis. Sometimes we run into difficulties. If we are able to have them on monthly basis, then leadership will sit down together with the clerk and the speaker to determine where those monies should be going. We've had situations where monies are released to Parliament, and the speakers will sit down with the clerks and the directors of finance to determine where the money should go. From now onwards, we will not allow that, because the allocations are supposed to serve Parliament. A situation where that we want to do this without, on the blind side of leadership, will no longer be tolerated. That is how to move the agenda of Parliament forward. And indeed and in truth, a lot of work that we do in this House revolves the committee systems. So if money comes and they are not released to the committees, we disable Parliament. And I agree that we should take charge of our own fate and ensure that monies that come are utilized for the purpose for which they are released. Mr. Speaker, finally, I also want to agree that we have a master fiscal development parliament. But it should begin with securing the presence of Parliament. Fortunately, we've made some tremendous advancement in this. The current president himself, a former member of Parliament, agrees with us that we should secure the presence of Parliament. And we've been working together with the Development Office and the Honorable Oko Vanderpoy has been of tremendous assistance in demarcating the various parcels of land for Parliament. We are putting everything together. We've about finished with it, and we are dealing with the Lands Department to ensure that we have absolute control. And then title will be given to Parliament for that. Unfortunately, as of yet, we don't have title to many of our lands. The reason is, even where we are now, it belongs to state protocol. And fortunately, as I said, the president has agreed, and we need to move it forward, secure title for it, and then we can government that we want on the presence and premises of Parliament. The Speaker, having said so, just to conclude by appealing to members to vote to approve of the allocation that has been granted Parliament. I thank you very much, Speaker.
At the conclusion of the debate, all in favor of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. This Honourable House has approved a sum of 523,639,774 Ghana cedis for the services of the parliamentary service for the year ending December 31st, 2021. Yes, Honourable Chief Whip.
Speaker, if we may go back to statement as agreed.
Very well. We will return to item number 5, statements. There's one statement before me admitted by Mr. Speaker. The statement in the name of Honorable Habib Idris, MP for Tolong. Yes, so we may move, read your statement.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to make a statement on the elegy of the life of Alhaji Yakubu Tali Kolina and the Northern People's Party, the then NPP. Mr. Speaker, Alhaji Yakubu Tali was the first child in the Paridomos family in 1916 in Tali Traditional Council. His parents were the late Talina Alasan Suleimana, and his mother was Ma Ishetu of Tolung and Kumbungu, respectively. Mr. Speaker, he started school at an early age of 9, and during those days, students were identified based on the communities that they hail from. He then got the name Yakubu Tali because he was from Tali. In 1930, after obtaining his Gold Coast Standard Certificate 7, and per the policy of the colonial government then, no student from the Northern Territory, no matter how academically sound, was allowed into a second school division. However, because of the intelligence and smartness of the beloved chief, he was admitted to the Achimota School. He became the first Northerner to ever be admitted to Achimota School. However, he
obtained his teacher set A in 1936. Mr. Speaker, in 1952, Tali became the paramount traditional area. It was this remarkable development that of the Northern Territory remarked, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, appointment of young literates and forward-looking chiefs such as this, that the salvation of the Dagong chief lies, unquote. Mr. Speaker, Alhaji Yakubu Tali and he was elected to represent the Western Dagong State Council to the Northern Territory Council in 1948, following his unprecedented stewardship to the Western Dagomba Side Council to the Northern Territory. In 1952, he was elected the President of the Northern Territory Council, a post which he was mandated was renewed 6 times in 1958. Mr. Speaker, during the period of the President of the Northern Territory Council, he was also a member of the historic Keti Constitutional Committee that drafted the Independence Constitution in 1950, and whose constitutional proposal provided the roadmap to Ghana independence in 1957. Mr. Speaker, in the Legislative Assembly of the Gold Coast, the late Alhaji Yakubu Tali served as a special member for the Northern Territory in 1950. He won the 1954 and 1956 parliamentary election, served as an independent candidate, and then in 1965 he won again, but as a candidate of the then MPP, Northern People's Party, until 1965. In 1954, Mr. Speaker, during the formation of the Northern People's Party, which was established to advance the interests of the northern region of the North in a new political atmosphere in 1950. It must be noted that the late Talina Alhaji Yakubu and other prominent political personalities such as S.D. Dombo, Alhaji Mumuni Bawumia, and J.A. Brahma launched the party in Tolona Palace in Tamale. The constitution of the MPP, the Northern People's Party, was drafted. Executive for the various political parties were elected, and various electoral colleges and local branches were established. Mr. Speaker, as a new political party, the then MPP faced a lot of challenges, but won a lot of elections. And 1954, Mr. Speaker, in Parliament, the late Alhaji Yakubu Tali was known as the man of golden voice from the North because of the and fluency of his expression. He was very instrumental, effective, and eloquent debater. He was a patriot icon who held the principle that matters of national interest must supersede the political and parochial interests, and that politicians should temporarily set aside their political philosophy and come together in unity for the good of the country, he remarked. Mr. Speaker, in 1979 Constituent Assembly, which prepared the constitution of the short-lived Third Republic, Alhaji Yakubu Tali was part of the SMC2 member of the Assembly. When he left Parliament, he joined the diplomatic service. Mr. Speaker, he was Ghana High Commissioner to Nigeria from 1965 to 1968. He was Ghana Ambassador to the then Yugoslavia during the Second Republic. In 1972, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, too many of us are on their feet. Can members resume their seats, please? Thank you. Now you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 1972, he was recalled and appointed Ghana High Commissioner to Sierra Leone. He was also accredited to Guinea as an ambassador. Duration of the
PFP, that is the Popular Front Party. He was a founding member and was made the first national chairman of the party. He was also considered as the surest bet and was nominated the running mate to Victor Owusu in 1979 presidential election, but the party subsequently lost the election. The late Alhaji Yakubu Tale, as the tail end of his political career, was appointed a member of the Judicial Service Council as a representative of the Provisional Defense Council, PNDC government. As what seems to be the end of his political history, the late Alhaji Yakubu Tale died on Wednesday, 1986. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, in the blessed memory of the late Alhaji Yakubu Tale, an educated and cultivated man, one of the first modernists to pass through Achimota in 1930, a teacher of many of the young northerners and an Alhaji, a man whom even his opponent regards with respect, a man who avoided the rough and tumble of the party conflict and was considered by many as the above politics. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, described him as this was a great man who led a full and varied life, worthy of celebration, a politician, a diplomat, and a statesman. Alhaji Yakubu Tale was also a chief of a high traditional standard, an educated and cultivated man. He was a person of deep-seated faith, a treasured respect by all. He was a true embodiment of a dignity of tradition and chieftaincy in Ghana. He is skillful, blended with faith, tradition, and public service, much to be admired by many. Mr. Speaker, he belongs to the age representing the best element of the noble tradition, that is the Dankwa Buzia tradition, political tradition of Ghana, reflecting integrity, loyalty, principle, selflessness, commitment to honest public service. Mr. Speaker, the late Colonel Alhaji Yakubu Tale still have many of his sons still participating in active party politics. One of his sons is a founding member of the New Patriotic Party, and his other son is the Deputy Managing Director of ADB. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member for Kwadaso.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity for me to add my voice to the tribute written by my honorable colleague. Mr. Speaker, it is true that Alhaji Yakubu Tale was one of the great politicians this country has produced. It is instructive to note that together with figures in the northern region, I'm referring to Simon Didon Dombo and the rest, they formed the Northern People's Party, a party that later joined parties like the NLM, National Liberation Movement, to United Party, UP, in the year 1957. The Speaker, you see that Alhaji Yakubu Tale had so many attributes and credentials on his part. He was a king, he was an effective teacher, he was an astute and great politician, and he became a diplomat. The Speaker, as the maker of the statement did say, in the year 1979, he was one of the founding members of the Popular Front Party led by Victor Owusu. He became the national chairman and also the running mate. The Speaker, he also rose to become second deputy speaker in the year 1960. But for his credentials and his astuteness in politics, he couldn't have risen to this highest feat in politics. Speaker, again, what he said in the Legislative Assembly in 1955 is very instructive. According to him, his side were not fighting for the government for the next elections, but they were fighting as statesmen for the next generation. The Speaker, this is a very profound statement that he made, and I think that it should guide us all. If we want to build this country, we must be guided by this statement, because we are here not because of our own selves. We are here because we think about the next generation. If the leaders of our various political parties will take it upon themselves to let their followers understand the need for us to put the national interest on the front burner. That Speaker, if there is a deliberate attempt to achieve this, I'm sure that our followers will understand us and decisions that we take. Extreme partisanship attitude by us as politicians, the Speaker, will not inure to our collective benefit or advantage of ensuring a better Ghana that we are all envisaging. The Speaker, I'm happy that this statement has been made at this juncture, and we must all be guided. And I'm very proud that such a personality arose from our tradition. The likes of Alhaji Yakubu Tali, the likes of J.B. Dankwa, the likes of Ochame Bafo Osakoto, Buzia, and the rest are persons who have contributed to ensuring a deepening of our democracy. On that score, I thank you, and I pray that the soul of Alhaji Yakubu Tali, the King of Tolon, will rest in perpetual and continual peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I should thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the statement ably made by the Deputy Whip, the Honorable Habib, my father Idrisu, eulogizing Alhaji Yakubu Tale, one of the founding fathers of the political tradition that he belongs to. Mr. Speaker, growing up in Tamale, contemporary, and I think we still have Alhaji Ibrahim Mahama still alive. Many of them are those who endeared themselves to the North, contributing to the politics of the North. Mr. Speaker, the current occupant of the Tolan scheme, Tolan Suleimana Abdullahi, a very respected chief and a friend of mine, he is one few chiefs in Dagbon today who does not sell land. He has a particular arrangement when it comes to access to land and how chiefs relate to land. And he believes in what he learned from his fathers, that the land does not belong to him, it belongs to generations to come. And he has insisted that every land you are acquiring, he will say that he wants generations tomorrow to benefit from that particular. Mr. Speaker, if you've read about the Dagbon state, I probably may not get my anthropology right. I think Christine Opon wrote on the Dagbon state, the Dagbon constitution, And the Tolon skin, they are like the warriors of the Yana. They are the warriors of the Yana. If the Yana has to, in those days, go to war, his most reliable leader will be the Kumbuna, supported by the Tolona, to accompany him as the head of the Dagbon state. Even as the Yana passes, the Tolona has some role to play at his burial and many other related issues. So once again, Mr. Speaker, I should commend the maker of the statement. Mr. Speaker, between 1986 and today, significant improvement in the education levels up north and in Dagbon in particular. And it warms my heart that many have learned from the example of the late Tolena Yakubu Tale. And as he said, Tale is a sub-community of the Tolon skin. And normally they also have their rotational plan, how you get to the Tolon skin, sometimes passing through it. Recently, I think Alhaji Abdullahi, I joined him when my good friend at the secondary school level, their father was in skin as a new Talena Abdullahi. I want to use this opportunity to wish him well. But Mr. Speaker, a lot to learn from him, much more to learn as all of us. What we have to commit is to ensure stable peace in Dagbon and beyond. And to take advantage of the area, you know, Tolon shares very close boundary with Nyankpala, where the university is. One of them to explore, and my colleague can look at it, is the ceramics industry. There's a lot of clay between where Avanage has that rice factory, driving through Nyankpala through Tolon. So maybe 1D1F in future, you should be talking about a ceramic facility taking advantage of the clay in that particular area. Now, Speaker, I can only say that may his soul rest in perfect peace, and may Allah bless those who followed after him, and may they grow imbibing songs to which he contributed to the development of Tolon and Dagbon generally. I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Local Government.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by the Honorable MP Tolong and our Deputy Chief Whip. Honorable Speaker, it's very important that we find time in our forthcoming discourse to celebrate the lives of people like Alhaji Yakubu Tale Tolona. Mr. Speaker, those of us at your age do remember Alhaji Yakubu Tale Tolona as the running mate, the party chairman of the Great Popular Front Party, and also the running mate to Mr. Vitousu. And Mr. Speaker, I say boldly that this country, Ghana, will have benefited so much under the leadership or under the presidency of Mr. Vitousu, with Alhaji Yakubu Tale as the vice president. Unfortunately, it wasn't so. But the statement made today by our colleague talks about the life of Alhaji Yakubu Tale. Mr. Speaker, as a teacher, as a chief, and also as a politician, this puts him in a very special place. A teacher in 1936 in the history of Gold Coast will be a person who will be a center for development of knowledge and service to his community.
Then, as a chief, even in our current political dispensation, we know the role chiefs play in our development. So you can imagine a chief in the northern part of Ghana in the 1950s, Alhaji Yakubu Tale will have contributed so much to the upliftment of his people in the northern part of Ghana. Then again, as a politician. And Mr. Speaker, it's so important that we celebrate these great men who took part in politics in the before independence and also beyond independence. Yakubu Tale, the Tolona, needs to be celebrated alongside the SD Dombos, J. Brahima, Salifu Bawa Diaka, Mumuni Baumia, the father of the current Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, for having done so much for our people, especially in the northern part of Ghana. Not forgetting Mr. C.K. Chedam and many others. It's so important that they sacrificed their lives and fought to make sure that education and also socio-economic development in the northern part of Ghana. But Mr. Speaker, to end, I want to say that, yes, such periodic statements to honor them is good. But I will wish that the maker of the statement and others will want to institute some lectures, if not every year, at least from every 5 years, so that people, the current generation will know that, yes, we have had such people who took part in politics, and yet they were able to distinguish themselves. And now politics is a very, very noble profession. You can still be a politician and come out as a very good person to help develop your country and also to help develop your people. It's so important that we celebrate the lives of Yakubu Tale. Let's have scholarship schemes in their memory, rewarding people who distinguish themselves, even right from JHS, SHS, and even the university, in the memory of the lives of Alhaji Yakubu Tale, so that they will know that it is important to put ourselves up for politics, to be a leader, to be of service to them. And the most important thing, that even though they are no longer with us, their lives, as the Venerable Pauli said when Professor Buzia died, that we will learn from what they have done, their contribution, so that we will pick up the torch and run the race where they left off, so that even in death, they will live to inspire us, and we shall also continue from where they left off. May the soul of Alhaji Yakubu Tale, a very distinguished teacher, traditional ruler, and politician, rest in perfect peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute in the statement made by the Deputy Chief Whip of the majority. Right Honorable Speaker, I am contributing to this statement not just as a member of Parliament representing the people of Tamale Central, but as a grandson of Alhaji Yakubu Tale. It will be interesting to know that even though politically and ideologically I disagreed with the position of my grandfather, and for which reason I have chosen the NDC as the right path in emancipating and elevating the people of the North, which was the most important consideration of my grandfather. I cannot deny the fact that he serves as a symbol of inspiration for many politicians in northern Ghana. And even though I disagreed with him on his political ideology, I still maintained, and like the minority leader indicated, that he didn't just inspire those who believe in the ideology of the Buza Danko tradition, but he inspired every single Dagbang young man or young woman who had the intention of engaging in politics. I am not going to eulogize him talking about his political achievements. I'm going talk about him as a family man. I'm going to talk about him as a unifier. I'm going to talk about him as someone who inspired every single member of the family. And as a young boy growing up, when I became matured and decided to go with the center left, I had many of my uncles who said that they would have loved that I joined the NPP because they could not fathom why my grandfather, who was one of the founding fathers of the UP tradition, I have chosen to go to the center left. And Right Honorable Speaker, my mother's final funeral rites ended in the palace of Tolam. And I know that with this statement, my uncle, who is now the current chief of Tolam, would be watching. And I know that the family will be watching. One thing I want everybody to understand, that in politics we may disagree. We may believe in different ideological positions. Important is our collective interest as Ghanaians to help nurture the democracy that we have helped build at least since 1992. We have had transitions. We have had changes in governments. We have had our democratic processes truncated. I have no doubt in mind that the vision of my grandfather and the vision of his contemporaries, at the time when he was a member of parliament, their vision was to see how long that democracy, which they contributed in building and participated in, traveled long. And I know that wherever he is, and by Allah's will, I pray that he would be in the safe and the merciful hands of Allah, that he would be a very happy person, that what he and many of his colleagues stood for is something that the current parliament and the current participants of our democratic dispensation are protecting and protecting jealously. And with these few words, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to add my voice to eulogize my grandfather, who served as an inspiration. Many people in northern Ghana, many people in this country, and who will continue to inspire us, even though we disagreed with some of his ideological positions. And I pray that Allah forgive him. He was not just a politician, he was also a Muslim who engaged in the 5 daily prayers religiously. He also engaged in the fasting of Ramadan and other supplementary prayer. And this statement could not have been made at a better time than now. And I want to thank my brother, even though he belongs to a political party that I disagree, for making this statement, that we should continue with the prayer, and may the good Lord Allah let him get the mercies as this month of Ramadan is approaching us pretty soon. With these few words, I thank the maker of this statement. Perhaps after this, defecting to the National Democratic Congress.
Yes, Honorable Minister for Defense.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. And let me thank my colleague for bringing memories that we have kept in our cupboards for a very long time into the limelight and as a front burner instead of being a back burner. Mr. Speaker, the trailblazers of the Ghanaian politics of the North are names that some of us to recount what they have done for us as a people, and especially as Northerners, we cannot forget the front runners, including Tolona Yakubu Tale, who together with his friends decided that they will use politics for the service of the people and use politics to uplift the image of the people and not for themselves. Mr. Speaker, it is important to point out these were royals. They were not just ordinary people. If it were for themselves, they would remain in their palaces and be adored by the people and be carried by the people, but not engage in politics. But they decided, Mr. Speaker, that for the sake of the people, they did not just need to lead from the palaces, but they needed to also lead in the political people and shape what politics is. Politics of selflessness, politics of devotion, politics of giving and development and nothing more and nothing less. And they fought for what we call freedom in development. Today, the motto of the MPP. Mr. Speaker, the original MPP was formed by these people from the north. But then it was the Northern People's Party. Yes. It was the Northern People's Party. History will have it, and it's true, that they had 15 seats. But they decided that to be able to bring the country together, they will pick somebody from Ashanti to be the leader of the party. And that's what I use the word selflessness means. That they could have decided that we are majority. And so we want the leadership for ourselves. Yakubu Tali, Bawumia then, Chief Bawumia, Dombo, and Ko could have decided that, well, we have 15 seats. But they said, no, no. For the sake of our people and for bringing out the people together, we'll pick somebody from Ashanti who has just one seat to become the leader. And today we are seeing the fruit of it. We are seeing the benefit of bringing the people together. So as we celebrate Tolona Yakubu Tali, who rose to become a running mate to Victor Wusu, we celebrate a man who was part of a few selfless northern politicians or politicians in Ghana in those days who decided that enough was enough and that they will fight to gain independence for Ghana. Mr. Speaker, if you check the nature of northern politics in those days, where there was no car flying between Bolga and Tamale, there was no car flying between Wa and Tamale, which then was the capital of the Northern Territory. And these people had to walk, Mr. Speaker, hundreds of kilometers just to hold a meeting, just to campaign. You would understand the sacrifices that they made when they could have, Mr. Speaker, just enjoyed the natural resources that they had in those days. Through ruling their people, through getting in charge with central government. But they said, no, we will sacrifice. That is what I am calling for today's politicians. That we who have taken over from them must begin to learn how they did it. And we'll do same. We'll do same by sacrificing for our people. Let's look at the virtues that they left behind. We'll do same by saying that enough is enough. What can we do for our people, not what we can do for ourselves? Mr. Speaker, I dream to be like Tolona Yakubu Tali one day. I dream not to be a chief, but to be able to say, oh, I left this for my people. I sacrifice for my people and not for myself. And this is the type of man we are eulogizing today. They were the forebearers. They were those who left the mark that we are copying today. And for the North in particular, they were the people who stood and said enough was enough and led the Northerners into the limelight. Remember that even the government school in those days, there was a school in Gambaga, maybe a school in Tamale, and then a school in the Vrango. Very few places could you access education. And these people were royals and who thought that it was time to liberate their people. And it was time to join forces with the rest of Ghana to liberate their people. We should celebrate them. We should celebrate the likes of Yakubu Tali. We should celebrate the likes of Dombo. We should celebrate the likes of J.A. Brahma, Bawumia. These are the people we should celebrate. Because for us as Northerners in particular, these are the trailblazers. This, in the sphere of politics, are our forefathers. We have no other. It doesn't matter that they belong to this side of the tradition. But we as Northerners must be proud that our people stood firm when they were needed. When they were needed to be counted as men, they stood very firm and fought for us, and today we can call ourselves politicians and great politicians. Today we are producing presidents. We are producing speakers of parliament. We are producing majority and minority leaders. We are producing politicians who are ministers. But we owe it a duty to remember that it was these people who set the pace. But they did not take, if you were to ask, what did they leave for themselves? What wealth did they leave for themselves? Mr. Speaker, you will not get. You will not get because they could then, in those days, sell millions of acres of land to make money, but they didn't do it. Mr. Speaker, they could sell me do it. Mr. Speaker, in fact, they could sell the people, but they didn't do it. They felt that it was a sacred duty to ensure that our people were free, because largely less than 5% of the Northerners were educated. So once they got the opportunity to be educated, it was their civic duty to ensure that our people were free, and they did it. And that's why when I hear statements, or when I read the statement made by my colleague, I am very excited and proud. Let us look for the free market policies that these people espoused. Let us look for the freedom in development policy that these people espoused. Let us look for the rule of law that these people espoused. Let us look for the elephant in the room that these people espoused, and see what good that they stood for and copy them. I am extremely happy that their successors in the form of the New Patriotic Party has brought social reliefs to the people, including Northerners. That's why when I go to Tamale and I see the huge overpass through the streets of Tamale, I'm happy. And Mr. Speaker, when I go and see the project that is coming up for the Paluwu Dam, I am happy. You are not happy that are you not happy that there is this in your constituency? In your constituency, you are not happy that there is an overpass in your constituency?
Honorable Minister, please address me.
So, Mr. Speaker, I am happy to belong to the side that our forefathers chose. I am happy today I have an opportunity to serve the ideals and stand for the ideals that our forefathers chose. And I'm happy that I have the opportunity to be here today to eulogize Na Yakubu Tale, that he and his colleagues stood for what many people would have been afraid to stand for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, that brings us to the end of statement time. Yes, Honourable Leader, what next?
Speaker, I think we can now take item 12 on page 4. Item 12 on page 4.
Which one? Item number. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 1,471,089,000 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ghana Revenue Authority for the year ending 31st December 2021. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Revenue Authority exists to ensure domestic resource mobilization and tax revenue administration. The authority is made up of Domestic Tax Revenue Division, the Customs and the Support Services Division. Speaker, GRA in 2020 embarked on improved compliance activities, ensuring some positive domestic revenue performance. The Revenue Administration Act 2020 Mr. Speaker, the Revenue Administration Act 2020, Act 1029, was passed to establish an independent tax appeals board and enhance the existing voluntary disclosure procedures and the transfer pricing regulations 2020 LI 2414. The Speaker also passed to further improve the transfer pricing regime. Mr. Speaker, 2021 expenditure estimate is informed by the GRA strategic plan and its imperatives. The strategy aims to achieve the new GRA is driven by tactical initiatives comprising fixed and variable costs for immediate revenue mobilization and transformational initiatives for sustainable revenue administration. This includes expenditure critical to the achievement of transformational initiatives to propel the plan of GRA to achieve the 17.5% tax to GDP ratio. Thus, the GRA focus for 2021 includes 1. Implement end-to-end ITS systems for both direct and indirect tax, including VAT. The Speaker, they embark on phase 2 deployment of the ICOMS, SUMS, and a tech connectivity project to connect all GRA offices, install a rationalized and consolidated data center, implement data warehouse solution to provide 360 view of taxpayer liability, and migrate to cashless GRA offices dubbed GhanaGov. To build capabilities and skills of staff through well-defined competency frameworks and skills gap assessment, and deploy enterprise platform solutions, the middle of office automation. Speaker, further, the Ghana Revenue Authority will complete guidelines and practice notes of the voluntary disclosure programs and the transfer pricing regulations. Mr. Speaker, it is for these and many other programs and activities that the sum of 1,471,889,000 is being requested for the Ghana Revenue Authority for their operations for the 2021 financial year. Mr. Speaker, and in this, pursuant to this, that I move this motion for members to approve of the allocation to JRA. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Yes, Chairman of the Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise the motion and in the process submit the committee's report. Report on the estimates, Mr. Speaker, was on the estimate that was referred to the committee by your good self on the 12th of March 2021. Officials from the Ministry of Finance and the Ghana Revenue Authority attended on the committee and took us through the objectives and functions of GRA which we have reflected under paragraph 4 of the report. And then the performance for 2020, which we have reflected under paragraph 5. And paragraph 6. I'm not good there. But I'm not mentioning any figure. We have the 2021 annual estimates, and then the observations and recommendations of the committee are reflected under paragraph 7. And here they took us through their strategic plan, their transformational activities, and the focus of their activities. Mr. Speaker, it's important to mention, as we have indicated in the report under paragraph 7.5, that in 2021, GRA projects to collect for this country some 57 billion Ghana cedis, and is looking to do so with a budget of some 1.47 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the committee concludes that we have examined the 2021 estimates for the Ghana Revenue Authority and found the programs and activities for which the sums have been allocated to be necessary for the effective and efficient collection of revenue for the development of the country. The committee therefore respectfully recommends the House report and approve the sum of 1,471,889. Sorry, I take that again, Mr. Speaker. Some 1,471,890,000 Ghana cedis for the implementation of the programs and activities of the GRA. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Ranking Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to support the motion. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I wish to state that GRA is supposed to retain up to 3% of the total revenue they collect. Mr. Speaker, GRA again is the one clothed with the responsibility in ensuring that they correct and implement all tax revenues that has been approved by this House. Mr. Speaker, in the year 2021, the government has given the Ghana Revenue Authority the approval to retain up to 2.58% of the taxes that they collect. In doing so, Mr. Speaker, we were informed that in the year 2020, the Ghana Revenue Authority targeted to collect taxes amounting to 42.8 billion Ghana cedis. And Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Revenue Authority indeed outperformed their target and collected taxes up to 44.4 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, I was particularly curious about this, considering the fact that we have been told consistently that the economy is indeed not in good shape as a result of COVID. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, if I'm to refer you to page 206 of the budget statement, you will notice clearly that GRA actually outperformed their tax revenue, not necessarily because of compliance, Mr. Speaker, but because the economy indeed was doing well. Mr. Speaker, I say this because, Mr. Speaker, you will notice that taxes on income and property, government of Ghana had projected that the Ghana Revenue Authority was 3.7. And Speaker, indeed, they collected 23.7. The Speaker, taxes on domestic goods and services, Ghana Revenue Authority and Government of Ghana had projected to collect 15.8. However, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the year, they collected 17.7 billion. Mr. Speaker, I am not aware of an economy that has been damaged so much by COVID-19 to the extent that the economic activities within the particular year is suffering, the Speaker, and will still be able to collect taxes on goods and services far in excess of what they projected to collect. The Speaker, in the same vein, taxes on international trade taxes, the Speaker, this is largely due to imports. The Speaker, we were told that again the economy isn't doing well. The Speaker, if the economy is not doing well, you will see it from the import coming into the economy. The Speaker, this has nothing to do with this, but imports actually increased more than expected. The Speaker, and this is what they told us at the committee level. The Speaker, this is information that they gave to us at the committee level. The Speaker, again, if I'm to refer you to page 206 of the budget statement, you will notice that the budget projected that they are going to collect 4.7 billion Ghana cedis on import duties. However, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the year 2020, the government of Ghana collected 5.5 billion Ghana cedis on the back of import duties. The Speaker, indeed, National Health Insurance levy outperformed. Indeed, Ghana Education Fund levy outperformed. And clearly you could see that most of the tax handles, Mr. Speaker, performed far better than what was projected. And that is why we could see an increase of about 2.2 billion Ghana cedis being over performance. My argument simply means that the economy indeed went through some level of stress. But it can never be the same magnitude that they are making us to feel. Mr. Speaker, yes, at the macro level, some businesses went through some stress. But Mr. Speaker, the truth is that at the governmental level, nothing significant has happened to Ghanaian economy. And impressions should not be created that the economy is not in good shape because of COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, and that is why I have repeatedly said the government of Ghana should not blame its inefficiencies on COVID-19. Because the Speaker, at the governmental level, particularly at the macro level, COVID-19 has not done so much damage as we are made to believe. The Speaker, secondly, the Ghana Revenue Authority itself needs to check its expenditure. The Speaker, I say this because we were told that they spent quite a chunk of their money for the purposes of engaging in consultants. The Speaker, when we probed, we were told they engaged a consultant called Mackenzie. And Mackenzie, apparently, Mr. Speaker, was to assist them in the work of collecting taxes. Mr. Speaker, I believe that Ghanaian companies and the professionals at the Ghana Revenue are capable in performing the functions that Mackenzie is actually performing to date. Mr. Speaker, an amount of about 18 billion apparently has been paid to Mackenzie. Mr. Speaker, I requested that the Ghana Revenue Authority submit to us details of how much has been paid to Mackenzie. Mr. Speaker, sadly, they have not submitted it to us. Mr. Speaker, but they have promised us that going forward, they will bring those information. So we are still in the waiting. That hopefully, when we go on recess, we will engage Ghana Revenue Authority further and look at how they use the retention of 2.58% of total tax revenue collected over the period for the purposes of running the operations. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I would like to encourage colleagues to approve the amount for Ghana Revenue Authority for them to be able to perform the functions of collecting and implementing our tax policies and to generate enough revenue to be able to run the office of the government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member for Kankwe Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, rise to add my voice to the motion on the floor for the approval of the heading in the order paper of today. Order motion number 12. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Revenue Authority stands in a position in this troubling times of economic recovery to ensure that they perform to their optimal best in ensuring what is stated under paragraph 7.3 of the report before you, in ensuring optimal revenue collection this year. Mr. Speaker, our performance in 2020 was very good, but we expect that the target as set out for 2021 is achieved, and we believe that they will be able to go beyond the set target. Mr. Speaker, the focus activities of the Revenue Authority, especially on digitization of the greater use of technology to transform revenue administration, particularly through committed implementation of TRIPS to ensure efficient revenue administration, is very important. Mr. Speaker, especially when this year in the budget we'll be introducing an income tax amendment bill, which government, based on the suffering of the ordinary people, is seeking to reduce the burden on retail susu collectors, drinking and chop bar operators, drivers, and what have you. Mr. Speaker, it requires of the Revenue Authority to ensure compliance, and in doing so, they should also have in mind not to obstruct such low-income earners or those in the informal sector in the collection of revenue, Mr. Speaker. It's a very important state institution that must be supported, and I urge my colleagues to support the motion before us in approving the set sum for the activities for 2021. I beg to support the motion. Thank you.
Honorable Podo, I haven't heard your voice in a long while. Yes, Honorable Podo. Honorable Member for Ho Central.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that seeks to approve budgetary allocation to the Ghana Revenue Authority. The sums have been mentioned already, so no need to repeat them. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate the Ghana Revenue Authority on the broad efforts that they have made to the policy on tax stamp, excise tax stamp. Because if you go everywhere now to buy anything, you virtually see the tax stamp on it. That's by way of making people to comply with the law which was passed by this August House sometime. And I'm sure that that has contributed to the tax revenue collection largely. But, Mr. Speaker, there is still a very wide gap between talk and practice. In practical terms, we could do more and therefore rake in more tax revenue. Mr. Speaker, this House passed a bill on the POS, point of sale device. But we find out that these are not being used in many establishments. Many businesses are not using it. And it is the duty of GRA, according to the law, to enforce the use of point of sale devices. Because then all sales made by SMEs and big companies can be tracked and the appropriate profits taxed for those companies. But they have not implemented them. And they are not, I'm not sure they even have trained staff that go on these tax audit ventures. That is why you can find that there are many up and coming SMEs who are not paying the appropriate taxes. In fact, in the districts and the municipalities, and even in Accra here, when people go and obtain BOP, business operating permits, they think that is the end. They think that is the end of their tax obligations to the nation. I think there should be wider, more intensive tax education for people to distinguish between business operating permit, BOP, and tax on actual business activities, which come at the end of of each year. So GRA has a lot more to do, both from the end point of technology and from the point of education. If we can get our people to comply with the POS, the use of the POS device, we can then accurately determine what taxes are due, what sales are being made by businesses and firms. In fact, law firms, accounting firms, I believe, are not being taxed adequately because we don't track their revenues. Contractors pay the withholding tax and they think that is the end. And we don't follow up. These are the reasons why we have a wide gap between actual tax that the nation can collect and collect it. So they need to do more. They have to up their game. Train, deploy the people, and let them carry out the real audit of revenues being realized by the various businesses so that we can collect more taxes. I agree that we should approve this amount for them because it is within the statutory arrangement, not beyond 3%. But their performance last year shows that they were prudent in using whatever was given to them. We hope they will do the same and not overrun their budget for the year. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Oh, the chairman himself.
Yes.
Very well.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is to make a correction to the figure that has been stated on the order paper. The figures we can see on the order paper, the figure is 1471089,000. That shouldn't be. If you go to what was presented in the budget statement, which has been captured by the report, 1,471,891,745 Ghana cedis. This is the correct figure that ought to be captured for the record. I thank you.
Very well. One more contribution. Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to the motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, my ranking member and the chairman have explained the report to the House, so I will not waste my time repeating my speaker. I want to refer members to page 4 of the report. Ghana Revenue Authority is reporting that, Mr. Speaker, they collected an amount of 45.4 billion by the end of 2020. But if you look through the budget, the Ministry of Finance is also reporting that the total collection amounted to 45.15 billion, a difference of about 248 million. Mr. Speaker, we interrogated these numbers at the committee level, and then they gave us an explanation that the difference is cash in transit, meaning they've done the correction, but the Ministry of Finance could not capture same in their tables. So we are pleading with the ministry, since the leader who presented the budget is here, during the mid-year review, the difference, that the cash in transit, they have to report on it, because GRA is saying they've collected 45.4 billion, but the ministry captured 45.154 billion. So they are not reporting on the same numbers. So if you have 284 million as cash in transit, by mid-year, they have to report to the House or the committee so that the actual numbers will be captured to avoid this kind of discrepancies, because they will be telling you they've exceeded their targets, but the Ministry of Finance will also say, no, you did not exceed their target by so much. I read this issue because
Ghana Revenue Authority is paid on retention. If you look at page 206 of the budget, the budgetary correction or the projected correction for 2020 was 47 billion, which was revised to 42.7 billion. But Mr. Speaker, they ended the year by correcting 45.154 billion. And they applied their percentage on 45.154 billion in respect of retention. Meanwhile, the Ministry of Finance said, no, you did not correct 45.15 billion. So the question is, on what basis were they applying the 2.75% on the 45.154 to get the 1.206 billion in respect of retention? So we need to correct these anomalies to avoid a situation where we create doubt in the minds of other people. Mr. Speaker, again, item 7.2 of the report, GRA is saying going forward 2021, they will undertake activities. Mr. Speaker, they need to help us plug the loopholes, correct more taxes, so that we can also look at other ways of reducing our borrowing. Because if they don't correct so much, government cannot meet its expected expenditures. And government will resort to borrowing, and it will create unnecessary burden on the existing pressures that we have in the system. So what do? We need to motivate GRA to correct more, get more retention, so that we can also give us enough revenue for us to do many things in the country, because we cannot continue borrowing to service debt, borrowing to do other projects. Whereas, if they are motivated, they can also do more, like my colleague said. Point of sale device, more than 5 years ago, they are not doing the implementation. How can you correct enough revenue so that the state can also get what is due the state and do other things to help the development of all of us? So they've enumerated a lot of activities to undertake in 2021. It is my prayer that they walk the talk, and then we'll also make sure that we monitor the activities, so that by the end of the day, we'll come back here and say, are equal to Ghana Revenue Authority, but not to come and then be crying among ourselves that we set target for them and they could not meet the target set for them. With this few observations, Mr. Speaker, I think we need to approve their budget for them to correct enough resources for us to run this country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, to thank colleagues for their various contributions, and maybe to make a few in respect of the overperformance of GRA. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues knows very well that the automation process at the ports really contributed significantly, and really cutting off the human interface resulted hugely in the taxes collected. But perhaps, Mr. Speaker, we should look at this going forward. Is it the case the targets that we set for GRA are on the low side, such that maybe they overperform? Because this is not the first time that we are seeing this. Is it the case that the targets that we set for them are beneath the floor level? We should look at that, Mr. Speaker. But having said that, I think the other side that we should look at in respect of the intervention of the ranking member is whether or not we're able to increase our export revenues. You must match that. Otherwise, if you depend only on the imports, you'll be getting it wrong. You must compare exports, the revenue generated from imports, and revenue generated from exports. That then will give you a better idea. But Mr. Speaker, is a subject for debate with him at another forum. Mr. Speaker, I would express appreciation. I will express appreciation to colleagues for the points made. Mr. Speaker, the other matter related to by the Honorable Champon, in respect of cash in transit, I think it's something that is germane, because you can never, when you do the aggregation, even on weekly basis, be able to catch everything in the basket. You cannot. But we must have a look at it to see how much was in the system circulating before the curtain came down. We should look at that to get the correct picture. Having said so, Mr. Speaker, I believe honourable members have made useful contributions and approve of the estimates for the GRA. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is all in favour of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. This House has approved the sum of 1,471,089,000 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ghana Revenue Authority for the year ending 31st December 2021.
Speaker, shall we go on to page and take item number 10?
Very well. Item number 10, motion. Yes, Honourable
Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honourable House approves a sum of 2,677,117,284 Ghana cedis for the services of the Office of Government Machinery for the year ending 31st December 2021. The Speaker, the government machinery embraces the entire architecture of the Office of the President as the seat of government, and those organizations whose operations fall outside the traditional areas of sectoral responsibilities for which the Office of the President, the core government machinery, exists to provide administrative, managerial, and technical services. The Speaker, you would include the Office of the President itself, the Office of the Vice President, the Office of the Chief of Staff, Cabinet Secretariat, Office of the Chief of State Protocol, the Ghana AIDS Commission, commissions and councils, National Population Council, the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, Internal Audit Agency, Office of Administrator General, Millennium Development Authority, State Interest and Governance Authority, SIGA, the Public Sector Reforms. Then you have the Public Enterprises Scholarship Secretariat, Nations Builders Corps, the Microfinance and Small Loan Center, the National Identification Authority, the Inner City and Zongo Development Secretariat, the Special Development Initiatives, embracing the three development authorities, Northern Middle Belts, Coastal Development Authorities, and the Monitoring and Evaluation Secretariat at the Presidency now. The Speaker, the Office of Government Machinery exists to institutionalize open, transparent, and accountable government of government development agenda of improving the quality of life of Ghanaians. The Office of Government Machinery policy objectives, among others, include improving the balance amongst the arms governance institutions and their functioning, ensuring inclusive and equitable political system, ensuring effective implementation of the decentralization policy and program, ensuring efficient and effective resource mobilization, internal revenue generation and resource management, strengthening policy and development planning processes for equitable and balanced spatial and economic development, rationalizing and defining structures, roles and procedures for state institutions, enhancing supervision and productivity in the public service, improving the responsiveness of the public service in service delivery and mainstreaming development communication across the public sector policy cycle. Mr. Speaker, it is for these and other unmentioned programs and projects that the Office of Government Machinery is seeking, and indeed has been allocated a amount of 2,677,117,284 Ghana cedis for their operations. Mr. Speaker, accordingly, I move for members to support this allocation and approve of same as so submitted, Mr. Speaker.
I'm going to make a contribution. Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion and in the process lay your committee's report. Speaker, as we will recall, these estimates were referred to the Finance Committee, and we met with the Deputy Chief of Staff, Mr. Emmanuel Edumwa Bosman, and other senior officials of the Office of the President, by present this report. Under paragraph 2, Mr. Speaker, you will see the list of entities that fall under this particular allocation, the goals and objectives of the entities have been captured from paragraph 2.1 on page 2. That takes us to paragraph 3.14, where we review the outturn for 2020. Under paragraph 4, we have the 2021 budget estimates, for which we seek approval for the entities involved. Under paragraph 5, you see some of the things the Office of the President and the agencies under it intend to do in 2021. And then the committee makes some general observations, Mr. Speaker, under paragraph 6, which observations lead us to the conclusions we have captured under paragraph 7, namely, that after critically examining the 2021 budget estimates of the Office of the Government Machine, the committee recommends that the House approves the sum of 2,677,117,284 cedis for the 2021 financial year. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to speak to the motion that was moved by the able acting Minister for Finance, Mr. Chairman, the acting Finance Minister, who I'm very sure by close of day, his term as a Minister of Finance will elapse. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, in speaking to the Office of Government Machinery motion, Speaker, due to the large nature of the agencies under the Office of Government Machinery, I would like to speak to two of the agencies. Mr. Speaker, first, I would like to speak on the Special Development Initiative, which used to be a ministry, the elsewhere Ministry of Special Development Initiative. Mr. Speaker, I wish to say that as part of the engagement with the committee, we were informed that the Special Development Initiative that used to be a ministry, but today, at the time that we were meeting them, they have contracts with a book value of about 2.1 billion yet to be paid. Mr. Speaker, my concern is that all of us can testify that across our constituencies, They are projects funded by the Special Development Initiatives Ministry, the elsewhere ministry, that as we speak, they are in various forms of completion. And most oftentimes, contractors are complaining due to the fact that there hasn't been paid and their backlog of arrests accumulated over the period. And there's the need for us to indeed look for funding to ensure some of these projects are completed. Mr. Speaker, we were told that in the year 2020, the awarded contracts, the number of contracts awarded is 4,547. 4,547 individual contracts. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering as to whether they have financial clearance for all of this. And I've already urged the minister responsible for finance to ensure that all these contracts indeed have clearance in line with the Public Financial Management Act. And going forward, Mr. Speaker, enough resources should be made available for them to be able to pay these contractors. Failure, Mr. Speaker, will mean that the financial sector may suffer. Mr. Speaker, we all know what arrest does to an economy, particularly the financial sector. The fact that oftentimes when contractors go to the banks and borrow money and they are not paid for them to be able to pay their banks, then it becomes a problem. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, this matter is something that I'm very much concerned about, and there's the need for us to have a handle on. But sadly, Mr. Speaker, the allocation in the budget for the Special Development Initiative is woefully inadequate to be able to pay for these contractors. And so I urge the minister responsible for finance that in the media review, they should make allocation for the Special Development Initiative for the purposes of paying for this arrest accumulated by the Special Development Initiative Ministry elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, going forward, I also want to speak on the allocation that has been made to the Office of the President proper. Mr. Speaker, we were told that in the year 2020, the Office of the President proper spent an amount of 418 Ghana cedis. We were also told that the Office of the President has 6 cost centers. The first one is the General Administration. The second one is the Office of the Chief of Staff. Third is the Vice President Secretariat, the Press Secretary, and the Policy Coordination Delivery Unit. Mr. Speaker, the goods and services spent for the period for January 2020 to December 2020 amounted to 305.7 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, I think that amount is too big. It's too big, Mr. Speaker, because there are other functions of state that perform equally very important function of state, yet they were denied enough resources to function properly. The Office of the Chief of Staff alone spent 240 million Ghana cedis for 12 months. Mr. Speaker, the Vice President Secretariat spent 18 million Ghana cedis for 12 months. Mr. Speaker, we were told that the General Administration spent about 37.6 million. Mr. Speaker, what saddens me is the fact that the Office of the Chief of Staff spent 100.1 million on capital expenditure alone. Capital expenditure, 100.1 million. Mr. Speaker, I requested for details because Mr. Speaker, I'm worried. I'm worried in the sense that we structure ministries like Ministry of Roads, Ministry of Works and Housing, and others that have a core function of ensuring that we build on our infrastructure. Yet, the Office of the Chief of Staff spent 100 million Ghana cedis on capital expenditure. Is it the case of buying cars or what? Mr. Speaker, we were not given the details. I asked for this information and up to date, the details are yet to come. Mr. Speaker, as part of our oversight responsibility, we have a responsibility to get details of expenditures like this so that we can drill down and, where possible, give advice and cut them. Because I think that 100 million Ghana cedis for the purposes of capital expenditure under the Office of the Chief of Staff is too much. The Speaker, my colleague is saying he did not hear me well. But for emphasis, I wish to say, Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, that the Office of the Chief of Staff alone, between January to December 2020 spent 100 million Ghana cedis as capital expenditure. Capital expenditure. Mr. Speaker, not only that, the same office of the Chief of Staff, from January to December 2020, spent an amount of 240 million for goods and services. 240 million. Mr. Speaker, this is a lot. This is a lot. This is a lot, and so it's important for them to look at it. Mr. Speaker, overall, all the 6 cost centers under the Office of the President spent an amount of 484 million Ghana cedis for 12 months. Mr. Speaker, going forward, we have also been informed that in the year 2021, the same Office of the Chief of Staff is going to spend 246.1 million Ghana cedis for the same goods and services. And then the capital expenditure under the Office of the Chief of Staff this time is coming down to 35 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, I'm particularly interested in what they spend the capital 100 million Ghana cedis on in the year 2020. In the year 2020. Because we need to ascertain what they spend the money on so that we can advise going forward. So overall, Mr. Speaker, in the year 2021, the Office of the President is going to spend an amount of 672 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, I think time has come for us to realign some of this expenditure. Because, Mr. Speaker, we were told that by the acting Minister of Finance that the time has come for all of us to share the burden. He has called on all of us to tighten our belt. He's called on all of us to accept an expenditure cut. Yet, the expenditure at the Office of the President keeps going up. And that is why I'm saying that the Office of the President should lead by example. Should lead by example. Cut first, and then we will accordingly cut second. Mr. Speaker, this expenditure is nowhere near that of Parliament. This expenditure is nowhere near that of Parliament, so we should not draw the comparison as if we are comparing the 6 cost centers under the Office of the President to that of. Mr. Speaker, in any case, under Parliament, we have 275 members of Parliament. Under the Office of the President, we do not have 275 ministers. 275 ministers of state. And Mr. Speaker, I am now, unless he's telling me that you have intention to add more to the ministries. But as I know, we do not have 275 ministers of state. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I'm calling on the government, in as much as I support this motion, that they should put some brakes to some of this expenditure. Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
Yes, Honourable Member for Nshaiso.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I would like to touch on 2 areas that, in my opinion, are of extreme importance to us. Although, under our leadership, we've done exclusively well as a government. I'm talking about Maslock and the scholarship. I am saying this simply because our market is the defensive type whose risk index is less than 1. And that will mean that the performance of our economy has extremely sluggish correlation with our market. Mr. Speaker, I am speaking now. The SMEs forms about 90% of our market. And that anytime that whether NDC or MPP, we are in government, we are touting ourselves with the achievement in the primary micro indicators, the Ghanaian community, they said, we don't feel in our pocket, simply because of the sluggish correlation I'm talking about. I think the allocations we are making to Maslock, I support, is good, but I am suggesting that in the near future, areas such as Maslock, we need to make sure that we increase allocations to those areas so that this issue of the economy not impacting the grassroots will be handled. Then, when you come to scholarship, Mr. Speaker, We all know that performance is the function of ability, opportunity, and motivation. And comes. Mr. Speaker, we all know that ability comes as a result of one formal education, and then so I am saying that our government exclusively did well, especially between the years 2017 and 19. You realize that the Ghanaian student, in terms of acquiring educational laurels, that in our locality we really don't have the expertise. We spend so much there, and it's really helping us as a country. However, I'm also proposing that we need to expand our expenditures in these areas, because without having that high level of human development index, attaining stability and growth in terms of our economy will be extremely difficult. Mr. Speaker, my minority friends just said that Office of Government Machinery, we are spending so much and that they are raising issues. Of course, constitutionally they have their right to raise the issues. However, they have not stated or defined the responsibility framework of Office of Government Machinery entities under the scope of work, the infrastructural scope that we are talking about. They have not. Before you criticize such expenditures, you should have been able to provide a research work and data that you have, information that you have to support your statement.
Hold on. Yes, ranking member, can this please?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my good friend made a reference that I said Office of Government Machinery. Mr. Speaker, I was particularly careful. I zoomed into the Office of the President and never said Office of Government Machinery, knowing very well Office of Government Machinery is so huge. And that is why I said, for reference, I'm going to talk only on the Office of the President and Special Development Initiative. So my argument has nothing to do with Office of Government Machinery, but Office of the President. So it will say so.
Yes, Honorable, please.
Mr. Speaker, I am quite astonished. The point that I was making, and I still emphasize, is that before you make such criticisms, you should be able to provide scope of work, define the define the work that will enable you to criticize the work without understanding the responsibility framework of Office of Government Machinery and precisely the President Office. You cannot draw these arbitrary inferences. Mr. Speaker, in fact, under the NDC, if you will consider time value of money and do the necessary financial adjustment, they have rather had actually expended, about 10-fold of what they are talking about. So, Mr. Speaker, about judicial use of state resources that yielded results that we can all attest to in terms of what our government has achieved through Office of Government Machinery and precisely the Chief of Staff's outfit. So I think we need to analyze these things with respect to the scope of work, responsibility framework, the output, the results that we have, and its impact on our social. Mr. Speaker, this is what I want to say.
Yes. Honorable Champion.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful for the opportunity to support the motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, before I move on, I heard my colleague say that he's a former CEO of Maslow. So he was trying to make a case for Maslow in terms of budgetary allocation. And then there's a saying, Mr. Speaker, which goes that to whom much is given, much is expected.
Because in 2021, Mr. Speaker, Masrock is projecting to spend 49.7 million on goods and services. And then compensation is 7.5 million Ghana cedis. Total allocation of 80.4 million cedis. Mr. Speaker, when they appear before the committee, the facilities that we give to the micro enterprises, small loans and the rest, it's a revolving fund. They could not account to us how much they've been able to recover. And you're asking us to give you more allocation. On what basis can this house give you enough allocation to be disbursed to other businesses? You should have accounted to us that we gave, if recover, let's say 200 million, then there will be a basis to make a case on your behalf. So as a former boss, I'm sure you will not go back to Masrock again. Try to advise them to do what is needful, so that when the picture is clear, then we'll get the opportunity to also make a case for Maslow going forward. Mr. Speaker, we've heard over and over again public sector reforms. We are spending money and recruiting people in the name of public sector reforms. Right now, we put Ghana Beyond Aid and the public sector reform being led by our former senior minister, Honorable Yawasafu Maosu, as the senior advisor to the president. Mr. Speaker, Auditor General has presented several reports, and we've seen a lot of infractions, misappropriation, misapplication of funds. By the end of the day, we spend money for problems. So what are we achieving in all this exercise? So, Mr. Speaker, let's put the money in where our mouth is, so that we know that the limited resources that we have, we are making judicious use of it. And I want to tie in with this, Mr. Speaker. When the Internal Audit Service appeared before the House, we asked them, they work under the MMDAs. Mr. Speaker, if a DCE, you write a nasty, excuse my language, report about a DCE, the next day you'll be transferred. So the independence of the institution will not be there. So let's find a way of allowing the internal audit system to operate, so that anything that is happening within the MMDAs, they can report appropriately, so that we know that there's value in whatever we do in all our state institutions. Mr. Speaker, SIGA informed the committee that they've signed performance contract. Mr. Speaker, if you sign performance contract, that shouldn't be the end of it, because somebody has set targets for himself that by the end of the period, I'm going to achieve so much. So if by the end of the period, able to achieve their own set target, do you have a punishment regime for them? Are you going to demote them, transfer them, so that to serve as a disincentive for others? By the sign the contract, by the end of the period, they will not deliver. They will take their salaries, their allowances, and will keep allocating resources to the same institutions in the name of budget allocation. Mr. Speaker, let's try to do something different and expect a different result, which will kneel to the benefit of all of us. Mr. Speaker, with these few observations, yes, I will conclude by saying the House should help make sure that our oversight responsibility over state institutions are performed and perform well. Because by the end of the day, we give them resources. We are complaining that we don't have enough resources in our national kitty. But the limited that we have, let's make sure that it is put to good use to the benefit of all of us. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes, leadership.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion. And in supporting it, Mr. Speaker, I want to draw the attention of the House to some policy directions, so long as our governance structure and this report as a whole is concerned. Mr. Speaker, may I refer the House to page 7 of the report, and that is paragraph 3.7, the Council of State. So, Speaker, with your permission, I'll read portions of it. For the year 2020, the Council of State facilitated the passage of the Council of State Act 2020, Act 1037. So, Speaker, I'm wondering if after passage of this act, the proper place for the budget of the Council of State should still be under the office of the President or as part of the other government obligations as we are seeing here. Mr. Speaker, the Council of State is a constitutional creation, and we have passed an act in this House to support that. And Mr. Speaker, when you go to the Constitution, 89, 7, clause 7 and 8, and with your permission, I'll read. The chairman and members of the Council of State shall be entitled to such allowances and privileges as may be determined in accordance with Article 71 of this Constitution. The allowances and privileges of the chairman and other members of the Council of State shall be a charge on the consolidated fund and shall not be varied to their disadvantage while they hold office. Mr. Speaker, with these provisions and with the act that was passed in this House, I think the Council of State should be able to prepare a budget which should come under the special budget of the committee of this House, just as we do for SHRAG, just as we do for NCCE, just as we do for the Electoral Commission, just as other independent constitutional bodies. I think, Mr. Speaker, going forward, time may not be on our side, but as we are moving towards the 2022 budget, or we are moving towards a supplementary budget, Mr. Speaker, we must take a critical look at this policy direction. Mr. Speaker, if you read the report, the Council of State, all the money for monitoring and evaluation are boxed into one figure. Are we saying even if the Council of State is trying to embark upon some monitoring and evaluation project to come and inform His Excellency the President, they have to go to the President for something before they can even carry out such a duty? These are constitutional problems, and I think, Mr. Speaker, we must draw the House attention and the Minister for Finance to that there has been a new act. An act for the Council of State has been passed to support the Constitution, and therefore they must be regarded as such. Mr. Speaker, secondly, going through the report, I want to come when the local government committee met and presented a budget to this House. A serious issue was raised in the report about whether the proper location for the Ministry of Special Development Initiatives should be the Committee of Finance. Whether, after dissolving the ministry, whether it proper locate the development authorities, and with respect, Mr. Speaker, I'm referring to the Middle Development Authority, Coastal Development Authority, and the Northern Development Authority, whether their proper location should be under the Office of Government Machinery. Mr. Speaker, we are raising these issues because when you go through the activities and the projects that were carried on by this ministry, Mr. Speaker, there are a lot. And I even want to question even the Committee on Finance, whether they have ever organized a monitoring tour to go and look at the proper locations of these over 3,000, 4,000 so-called projects that we find in this report. Mr. Speaker, if you go through the report, a lot of projects are said to have been completed by the Ministry of Special Development Initiative. You and I know, Mr. Speaker, that the Committee on Finance is always inundated by international agreements to go through their terms and references and other financial bills. And I'm wondering whether they will have time to go and see special development initiatives
or it's Office of the Special Development Initiative, or it's a Commission of Special Development Initiative, or it's a department or agency, they alone, this year, are even being given about 800 and something million. Mr. Speaker, you can't give this money out and you not go about to go and supervise or monitor as to whether these projects are there or not. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is dissolved, and I think the best person to be able to perform supervisory role on these development authorities should be the Ministry of Local Government, Rural Development and Decentralization. The Ministry for Local Government, Rural Development and Decentralization, because they have presence in over 260 districts in this country. And, Mr. Speaker, from 2017 to date, the Ministry for the Local Government Service alone have recruited not less than 4,000 university graduates. So, Mr. Speaker, in terms of staff strength, they have the capacity and they have the numerical strength to be able to monitor and supervise all these things. Mr. Speaker, this ministry inherited an authority that you and I know what happened in the defunct SADA or United Development Authority. Mr. Speaker, if we don't tighten the monitoring mechanisms, one day, Mr. Speaker, this country will be overtaken by events or some eventualities that you and I